Should probably also record this because I am putting these unlisted. I realized more and more that this is looking less and less like a donkey. Hold on. This is looking less and less like a donkey. Why are you doing this? Hold on. This is looking less and less like a donkey and more like a dinosaur. His nose is so wide. I promise everything's gonna look better once the eyes are in and once the other colors are on. Right now we're just doing everything with like the white. Yeah, we're making a Donkosaurus. Yeah. No, I wish that it was not comfy weather because my nose won't stop running. I have turned on the heat. It's set to 72 Fahrenheit, which what is that in Celsius? Minus 32, so that's 40 divided by 2, about 22 Celsius. And I'm wrapped in a blanket, and I'm wearing a hoodie and sweatpants, and I'm still freezing. So hi, chat. Welcome to a very cold, wet, rainy Monday. I went to go, and I had a cup of tea this morning, right? And I went into the kitchen, and I looked out the window, and Graybles was out there. Chad, if you haven't met Graybles, hold on, can I pull up a picture of her? She's so cute. She's the local neighborhood cat. And so I went to go and pet her, but she was hanging out on the shed and she refused to come down. But normally she'll come by and she'll get pets and stuff. But it was good because I got to say hi to her. Hold on, chat. Chat. I know, now the cat's mad. You heard I'm talking about somebody else that isn't him. Where's... Chat, this is Graybles! Isn't she cute? Isn't she adorable? Look at her! Look how cute she is! She's so friendly! I just go up and I pet her and she gets really excited and she headbutts. She's really sweet. I made friends with her, I gave her treats, and now she likes me. I'm becoming the crazy cat lady. I had a milk tea this morning. See, it makes me want to play Stardew, I won't lie. I was half tempted to be like... Well, what also didn't help was that Ren was also playing Stardew, so I was like, I'm kind of half tempted to say, fuck it, we're not doing this, and we're playing Stardew instead. But we gotta finish this chat. The sooner I'm done, the sooner the Needlefelt is done, and then we can move on to other stuff. So that's what I'm trying to work on. So chat, welcome back to Needlefelting if you weren't here last week. You know how you get like a big box of roving wool? So this is all just loose wool. You just pull it all out. It's a whole thing. And fuck it, we donk. Oh my god. Thanks, Shire. Hold on, I gotta change. I feel like the 2 hours actually works out. I feel like it works out when we do it like this. Oh god, now I gotta... Hold on. Hey guys, it's me. Why is there a dinosaur on the table? I know, it does look like a dinosaur, doesn't it? Keep the zoomed in, okay. How's it look? How is it? How's my nose? Chat, you can really see how crooked my nose is. Look how crooked the nose is. This is what I was talking about. I was like, you know what? I remember, because I think I could go back through the VOD. And I remember where I was like, oh man, the nose is kind of shit, but you know what? I don't care because this one's mine. Now I'm regretting that, chat. Now I am regretting that. See a giant donkey, hi Pepper. Hey, somebody remind me... Oh, NS, you're supposed to email me if you wanted the plushie reactive thing, because you gotta send me a reference. If we see Minecraft, somebody remind me that. I'm trying to keep track of everything. And I wrote it down, and I was like, I emailed Minecraft, but Minecraft never responded, so I'm like, damn it. I'm trying to keep track of everything, and man, is it falling apart. I think next year what I'll do is, I'll have it where you have to actually, you know, no, it's been a busy week for me too, believe me. I'll have it where you have to select which incentive it is. Also, thank you, Ankle. Everybody stretch. They got adopted and they're crashing RK. Oh, I'm glad RK is making it. We kinda said that it's very likely that one of them probably wouldn't make it, at least. If not both of them. So I'm glad at least one of them is doing well. Hi, Shrimp. / ham / whatever the hell your name is now. You named it Roadkill. Oh my god. What do you mean spewing a massive load? What do you mean? It's my Needlefelt. I'm working on it. You gotta give me some time, okay? You gotta trust the process. Trust the process. See, I can't be mad because I used to have, it was a little plush. It was a cat that was Roadkill. I got it out of a claw machine. It was stuck to another stuffed animal. So I can't even be upset. That was a stuffed animal that I owned. Chat, I peaked at that point. I think it's always been downhill from there. The fact that I was able to get 2 plushies out of a claw machine. Although Critter did that recently. We went to round 1 and they had a whole bunch of Spy Family plushies, and 2 of them got stuck together. Very first pull, 1 deeged it. I did peek and fall off. Apparently that's the way that you could tell when someone's made it is if you you go to a claw machine and you get 2 plushies for the price of 1. It had like a little tire mark down the center, and it had like you know, like little bandages and stuff. It was a really fucked up little plush. So I can't be mad at all. So hi everybody. Happy Monday. If I didn't see you this weekend, I hope you had a really good weekend. But yeah, we're back. The plushies are suction cupped to the glass? What? Oh, that sucks. No, the ones that we go to, they're a little bit more skill-based. So, thankfully, we're always getting stuff, and, on Halloween, I'm actually gonna take a whole bunch of the extra plushies, because sometimes if I just have, like, extra stuff or anything like that, or I have extra pulls and I don't use them, I just grab random, plushies, and then I'll give them out to the kids at Halloween that can't have candy. Chat, I'm the cool house. This year I couldn't make as many, bats for them. So I got like 3 or 4 bats, and I got a whole bunch of bat keychains for them. So I'm gonna pass those out this year. And then along with all of the other stuffed animals that I keep accidentally winning. Casual flex. I'm just really good at walking around the entire machine, looking at where it needs to go, and then calculating based off of the trajectory of where it is that the claw needs to go. Because sometimes there are the ones that, like, they need the weight to them. Sometimes there are the ones that are, like, the little ones, and they don't need the weights. Because, like, some claws are kind of crummy, and it has it where it has to be spent so much before it'll actually hold in a certain amount of weight. So what I like to do is I like to scoop and actually grab it by the tag, because the tag is usually a little bit lighter and easier to grab, especially if you— we're not making a giraffe, it's a donkey. Anyway, if you hook it in such a way, you can actually get the tag to actually slide onto the hook, and even if it's not holding, it'll actually stay on there. So I just get a whole bunch of, like, the really random little small ones and stuff, and then I just give them out to the kids. Because it's really fun for me, because I go for, like, the stuff that I actually want. Like I have a whole bunch of— oh, God. Hold on, chat. How do I describe this? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait, you can't even see one. Hold on, chat. I need to, I need to get some of these out of the boxes. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Can I send this to myself? Hold on, I'm gonna send this to myself. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I don't know how to describe what it is that I do. 'Cause, what a mess. Oh, chat! Mousie's gonna be playing Clover Pit today! Oh, I'm excited. Chat, we're gonna have to rein in a Mousie playing Clover Pit. Anyway, what was I doing? Okay, I don't see anything. Okay. Alright, chat. Open link. It opened on the wrong screen. Hold on. No, someone redeemed it. Do I also get the lower tier rewards? Yes. You have to email me for the rest of them, or you could send me your email and then I'll send you all of them. Hold on. Chat, I may... So for some context, this is the Fry Wren, little one over here. So this is, one of the figures. So this is the one where her hair is curled. So I've got that one. I've also got one of the newer Mikus. This is one of the noodle toppers. I've also got the Wonderland one. Here's another noodle topper. This one was actually earlier this year in spring. This is a Sakura Miku one. Back here you can kind of see this one is actually a little Anya playset from Spy Family. There's also the Break Time collection over here. This one's also a Spy Family one, but this one is Anya feeding Bond. And then I've also got the regular Fry Wren one. I've also got, in one of the other rooms, the noodle topper variation, and then I've also got the two wedding ones because I thought that would look nice, so that's in the living room. And then I had a whole bunch of points from Golden Railroad, so I actually got your Forager over here too. I haven't opened any of these because I need to paint my office. Oh, and then wait, we got one more. We got a regular Anya. This one I think is from episode like 4 or 5 or something like that. But anyway, I need to put up more shelves so that I can go through and take all these out of the boxes and finally put them all up. I may have a lot. Sorry, that was Nightbot. What do you mean that's the most depressing shelf plant? No, that's a lemon lime pothos, and they actually like living in water. Was there a bald Pokemon? Which bald Pokemon? Which bald Pokemon? Do you mean Chikorita? No, Chikorita has the little leaf. Doesn't she? Hold on, I gotta open this again. Doesn't Chikorita have the leaf? Yeah, it's back there. You can see it. You can literally see that the leaf is there. Hold on. Oh, why did it do that? Oh, because I opened it the wrong way. Hold on, that's just you guys. Open link. There we go. No, you can see there's the green bit right there, and then the leaf actually falls back and goes over here. So no, there is actually a leaf. It's just, it's flat. It doesn't stand or anything like that. But no, that's a lemon lime pothos, and then this one over here is a starlight variegated pothos. I like putting all of my cuttings into like glass jars because I think it looks really cool because you can see all of the little roots and stuff. And so it fills up pretty quickly. You can actually see, like, he actually spread a little root over here, and it's actually stuck to the side of the container over here. But no, it just drinks all the water and then it evaporates and it's doing good. And that's a candle I made. I have a very crazy desk. I have a very crazy desk. I need to I need to put up shelves so I can take some of this off and remove some of this. But no, that's not a bold Pokemon. That's actually just a Chikorita. There you go. Is that helpful? No, don't close all. We're here on the stream, we're famous. What do you mean the hairline's fucked? The hairline's fine. Oh my god, you guys are so mean. There's also a, so a couple of years ago, Rin actually sent me a, you know, one of those little stands that has the, you know, like the little light under it, and then you put the pieces of panel of, like, plastic, and then it'll light up. So, a friend of mine got me another one for Christmas last year, but this one's Anya, so I just flipped them back and forth between Hollow Knight and Anya. So, instead of having two set up. I just have a lot of stuff on my desk, chat. I've also got a print that I recently bought. I need to get a nice frame for it and put it up. I'm trying to not do the whole, here's a whole bunch of prints, just shove them on the wall with some tape. I'm trying to actually make them look nice and, like, professional and actually treat the art, like, really well. So there you go, chat. That's, I have a lot of figures. This is just mine. This isn't even all the ones that, my roommate has in his office, too. Because he's got a whole bunch, too. We just keep winning figures. It's so easy. We just go in, we put, like, 50 bucks on my cart, and we just go at it, and it's just like 2, 3, 4 figures later, and we have to ask them for a bag every time. I was so embarrassed every time. So then if I have extra money, I just go and get a whole bunch of plushies at all of their other extra crane machines and stuff, and then I just give them out to the kids. Because you're not supposed to sell them or anything like that. I also went through and I won a whole bunch of the KyuuKuro ones that they had a little while ago, because they had like a project between the two of them. And I went and won a whole bunch of them. I'm going to send them out to some people. And whenever I see one that kind of reminds me of somebody, I go and get it. So I got a whole bunch for Riley, because they have a whole bunch of cinnamon rolls. And then there are some really cute panda ones, so I get those for Lacuna. Because I still have to send Lacuna her giant VTuber doll, so there you go, chat. There's there's some explanation as to what the hell I do in my free time. So chat, welcome back to Needlefelt. I'm sorry, I don't know why I just got on that tangent. Chat, welcome back to Needlefelting. So as I was saying, we get a whole bunch of roving wool, and we take this little specialized tool, and it has all these little needles, and you can kind of tell they're a little funky, and they've got a texture to them. That's because they're little tiny barbs. And what happens is the barbs will actually slowly start to decompress the wool. So it's actually slightly sharp, so if you run your fingers over it, you'll actually feel it. So, chat, in terms of the Spooktacular Streamathon, thank you everybody for over $1,200, holy Christ. However, there's no spooky alert today, because I don't want to stab myself. This gets a little dangerous. What did we do 3 times last week? Just making this little guy? So, yeah, I'm a little worried. I don't want to stab myself. That would probably not be good. It's not recommended. I'll give you that. But, here's our progress so far. So we got the neck, we got the body, we got the head. We started doing some of the detail work on the head. So we've got, like, the cheeks, we've got the eye socket, we've got the nose going on. So you can actually see there's some texture to it. There's a little bit of a smile on it. We've got the top of the head that kind of gives us the eye socket as well. I think it's a little too long, so I want to see if we could try and shorten this a little bit by kind of stabbing this inward, because the snout is not actually as long as you think. The only problem is that over time, obviously we did this last week, it'll start to actually move. It'll kind of spring back into place, so I'm trying to kind of do this in a couple of spots. See if we could kind of get this to compact a little bit more. But we've also got to try and keep the shape as well a little bit. Let's see. Because it doesn't seem like we can't stab it here. Because it's not really keeping holes. You can't really tell at this angle, but you can kind of tell here a little bit. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, that's a little darker. The more you stab it, you'll know when you're done, when you can kind of see these little holes. You can kind of see them there in the middle. As we start getting more and more of these holes, that means it's actually pretty much done. And we have like a pretty decent thick core going on. So I'm trying to see, because over here on this side, we really don't have a lot of those, that maybe this is the way to do it, is kind of compact it through here. And you want to kind of keep this going as well in different spots. Otherwise, we're going to get like little holes like you can kind of see here with the nose. You can very much so see that. You don't really want that to occur. And something that's supposed to be, you know, just compacting a little bit. I think it's looking a little shorter. It's gonna still look pretty long until we go and put all of the black on it. Which, this is just the core. I've got other colors, don't worry. We're gonna put all of this on here. It's gonna kind of mix in. Have fun playing Warframe. It's gonna kind of mix in, which is really gonna help us. Don't have alerts on. Oh, no, we have other alerts on. It's just that. Thank you, Cal. Do you want your profile picture now, or do you want it later? And do you want another octopus or something else? I still have the pattern. I still have it in my things to do. We're gonna make an octopus. See, the alerts are still on, just not the spooky alert. I can't show blood on Twitch. That's TOS. I can't do that. That's the only difference. I think there's a little bit of a spot here. The blood god has to deal with it. Wait, chat, we're over $1,300 now. Do you remember last week when I was asking you guys that we have to hit 600 by Sunday? And we ended up instead hitting 1,200? Later, okay. I was gonna say, this would be even better, because then I have to sit here and I have to work around what I've got, and I'm not gonna be able to use the keyboard because the keyboard's up here, but my mouse at least is over here. I just can't do much else. It's been a mess. This is why I couldn't type this morning. So chat, I wasn't ignoring you. I just could not legitimately type. Let's try adding this in here, because there's like a little bit of a line here. And we really don't want that. Check. See, it kind of looks like hair, doesn't it? I gave him a toupee. But we're kind of using this donkey over here as like our reference. But it's not going to be exact, because he's already a little bit too big. Already just a little. But thank you. I appreciate all the donations. Chat, if you guys didn't see, for $10, you guys get a Discord role. For $20, I will make you guys a profile picture. For $40, you guys get a nice little thank you card. And I'm going to send those all out at the end of the campaign with the total and how much I appreciate what you're doing. They're all going to be personalized. I'm going to write all of them. Although I did get a new logo, so I'm going to put the logo at the bottom. I'm very excited, chat. We're getting all of our pieces done for our debut next year. It's going to be very exciting. Oh, and chat, if you didn't see, on Wednesday we're doing an emote stream. Fending off 8 cats, 1 per tentacle. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I think I could do that. I'm gonna have to draw a lot of cats, but I think I could do that. Oh, come on. Put that back on. So the head was actually a separate piece, and the neck was a separate piece. So it's a little rough trying to get them to properly conjoin together a little bit. I'm also trying to keep a little bit of the shape here because if you actually notice on the toy a little bit, there's actually a little bit of a ridge here. So we want to kind of keep that. Hi, Shira. So it's actually got a little bit of this curve. We want to try and keep that as much as possible. So let's see if I can do this. All right, I'm going to move that because I don't need the cap. I just realized I am a mess this morning, chat. I think I'm starting to come down with something, and I'm not happy about it. We avoided the plague that I felt last year in the first couple of days of the campaign. God, I was so sick last year. Fending off cats is my dailies. Oh my god. Making such a soulless Kong? What do you mean? Why is he soulless? Also, I didn't reset the timer. So, somebody remind me once it hits 11 to switch back. From the Kong change. Oh, wait, it says 22 minutes ago. Alright, I'll wait until it says 60. Do I imagine chat? No, I imagine, my fingers. I imagine that I'm just gonna stab my fingers. And so I have to be extra careful. Put that there. Let's see if I could kind of carve this out a little bit more. Alright. I want this ridge going across. You could kind of see it. There's also the cheek right here. I want that ridge to continue. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. You know what else I wanted to play? I wanted to play Sim Tower. My roommate was watching LGR yesterday. And I was laying on the couch because I was just so tired. And he was talking about Sim Tower, and I was like, man, I really want to play Sim Tower. Chat, I'm old. I don't know how else to describe it. This game from 1995, I was like, oh man, I really want to play this game. It's just so dumb. It's just building a tower. Why is it such a good game? For glucose meter. I haven't been, well, actually, I did have a nutritionist that wanted to give me one. And I said no, because stabbing me freaks me out. And I was like, no, I'm good. I know it's not my diet. And she's like, no, but then you'll see what the food is. And then my other doctor was like, no, you were right. It's not your diet. That's not the problem. I don't know why she bothered to give you that. So I haven't gone back to that nutritionist since. Because I was like, oh, this is somebody that didn't read my chart. It's like, god damn it. Alright, a little bit more cheek action going on. I'm going to try and make this a little shorter. What the hell is this song? This is why I kind of want to switch from Chill Hop, but... See, Project High Rise is similar to Sim Tower, so it kind of scratches that itch for me, but not enough, I think. I think it's a good in-between of an update. And also just playing Sim Tower. You can also get it on archive.org. I mean, I'm totally not advocating for piracy, but I have the CD in my closet right now. If I could get it to run, I would install it off of the CD. I really would. Alright, now this one's not as big. Don't worry, we'll start the ears next, then it'll look more like a donkey. I think it's just because right now it doesn't have ears, is why it looks so camel/dinosaur-like. Don't worry, chat, it'll be much better, I promise. See? Now we got little cheeks. Can't really see. Is there a way that I can... That's a little better. Hold on. What about... There we go. That's better. Trying to make it darker. I think it's just because of the direct light right over here. But then I lose my tracking. So we're in between. We're at an impasse. Between do we want me to move or for you guys to really see the donkey? Looking good, looking good. See? We got cheeks. Look at that nice profile. Let me try and stab down the eye a little bit more. Just a little. There's also a lot of wispy wool everywhere still, too. So I gotta kind of contend with that. Alright, so top of the head is not really getting a lot of bubble knots, holes in it, so we gotta kind of shove that down a little bit more. Alright, not bad. I wonder if I can kind of curl this back a little bit by kind of stabbing over here. Because as of right now, the neck's pretty long as well. I'm also kind of hoping we might actually finish this today. And then I could do something else for Maker Monday next week. I'm not sure what. Maybe we'll start one of the other sewing projects that I have to do. Oh, maybe we can make Cal's octopus next week. So I actually had a squid pattern. I found it. I knew I had one. I saw somebody had posted a long time ago about, you know, how some people for their weddings and stuff will actually give, whatchamacallit, like, giant octopuses and stuff. I don't know why. And so I was like, oh, that's really funny. I was like, I kind of want that as a pattern so I can make that. Stream the project 3 times and then give up. You know what? Yeah. And do other things. I know, I was like, I really do want to play Stardew. But I can't. I had a schedule. That's the whole point of this, is I have a nice schedule. I gotta listen to my schedule. Alright, looking good. Trying to get that little bit of a nose bridge going on again. Alright. Chatty's looking pretty good. What if I... No, that's worse. Hold on. Maybe from this way? No. I wish I had, like, a big giant piece of cardboard that I could put over the window in front of me. That'd be kind of useful. I promise it's just because it's all white. So, hi Storm. Let's see if we can start working on the ears. Because the ears shouldn't be too bad. Now, we've got some gray wool in here. I think I'm going to do just like standard issue white over here. Because a lot of the white that we're using is to do Wish Arceus. Hey, Minecraft, you gotta answer my email. But a lot of the white that we have is going to be like the belly, the little bits around like the hooves and stuff, and then here, and then around the eyes. So I think I should be able to kind of finagle a little bit in here. Maybe I'll add it in later. Because I'm more worried about the white around the eyes and having that actually work out. And then there's like a little bit here, but I could kind of leave, but see, this is more like a cream color. This isn't really white. You guys can kind of see the difference. It's 2 different colors. It's slight. You like witch and wizard type games? Kind of, yeah. Throw it in suggestions, because I won't remember it. Throw it in suggestions, I will not remember it, I'm being honest. Because everyone always comes in and does that, and they're like, oh, have you heard of this game? And I'm like, no, I haven't. What's it about? And then I get really excited, and then 2 minutes later, I forget. Wizard 101? I never played it. That was a little bit after my time. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Minecraft. I'm trying to remind everybody, because I've also been forgetting. I'm hoping today we don't go as long. I have the reference image? I do? They brought it onto console? What? Oh my god. I created it? Oh my god. Are you doing Wish Arceus? Why do I have to make Wish Arceus as a plushie? Is that what it is? I plead the fifth. Oh my god. Console and PC servers are separate. Oh, it's a little weird. Alright, how big do we need these ears to be? Hi, Valkyrie! Welcome in! Chat, now's a good opportunity to go and drop a follow if you guys have not. Hello, welcome in! Hold on. Hold on, my keyboard is all the way over here. You gotta give me a second. We were talking about this. I can't really do a lot on my keyboard. What do you mean channel not found? What did I do? Oh my god, I can't type. And now I just somehow hit my controller thingy and it made my screen smaller. Hold on, can I move this? Oh no, I just hit a button. What did I do? Hi, welcome in! Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Hold on. Hold on, I'm an idiot. Hold on. Wait, can I just copy and paste? Yeah! How was, Zoochosis? How was it? How was your stream? Did you have fun? Hi, welcome in. We're needle felting. Should I buy contact lenses from AliExpress? No, those will destroy your eyes. Hi, welcome in. Terrifyingly good, because that's the horror game that's about running a zoo, right? Right? Hi, it's good to see you all. How are you? We're doing a Needlefelt project. I'm not normally a donkey, I swear. Chat did a redeem, so I got changed into this. But, we're currently making a little Needlefelt project, and, we're making a donkey because chat's obsessed with them. So not only do I have now a model, which is a donkey, we're gonna make this guy into Needlefelt, which you've never seen before. We take a whole bunch of wool, and we stab it a bunch, and we turn it into different shapes. Yeah! But hi, good to meet you. If any of you guys gotta go, I completely understand. It's not a giraffe, it's a donkey. He's gonna be a little bit bigger than his thing. Okay, it's not exact. It's fine. Listen, we got a nose, we got some cheeks, we got the little eye bridge going on. Trying to see if I can get the camera to kind of get less glare on it. There we go, that's a little better. Look at that! We got a nose, we got a mouth, we got the eye bridge, we got the little eye socket, we got the top of the head, we got the neck, we got the body, and we're about to start the ears! Yeah! But hey, if any of you guys gotta go, I completely understand. Feel free to pop out. We like our lurkers here, so feel no obligation to. But you guys are also welcome to drop a follow. But chat, go and drop a follow for Valkyrie if you guys did not already. But I appreciate you dropping everybody off. Nose isn't deformed enough? Would you leave my nose alone? When I made this plushie, okay, I was not expecting to turn it into a model. That is all entirely pura. I was not expecting this in any way, shape, or form. This is all 100% pura. I had just asked if we make the VTuber doll, if we could turn that into a model, and I wasn't expecting this, and Pura went, hold on, I have a better idea. Send me your donkey. Also, thanks, Raven. Chat, everybody drink water. Chat, you guys can actually see me drink water. Is that exciting? There we go. Also, if you guys didn't see, we're actually raising money for Gamers Outreach this entire month. So I am streaming every day this entire month doing this. It's a very lovely charity organization. We now have over $1,300, which is very astonishing. At 1,400, let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on, my mouse is so far away. Hold on. At 1,400, our next goal is, we're gonna do a cake making stream, but this time in the shape of a bat. So that's gonna be very exciting. So if you guys are able to donate, it's really greatly appreciated. If you guys are not, that's okay too. You can always share the word, or you guys could share the campaign, or if you have other people who are gonna be doing the Spooktacular Streamathon here in the next couple of days, feel free to donate to them, because it all goes to a really great place, and we really appreciate it. But we have some fun incentives. There is a spooky alert, but it's off for now, so I don't stab myself. But you guys can get a Discord role. I'll make you a profile picture in Paint. You guys can get a personalized thank you card. I send it to your email. Or you could get a Your Character Here plushie reactive that you could use for your Foogie. I've made a couple of those already. This is the only way that I'll make these. Or for $100, you restart the stream. So however many hours I was going, if I'm about to end and I was going for 6 hours, I restart OBS and we go for 6 hours again. So it's a fun time. Throws pesos bucks at you. Thanks, TM. It's been a great time. I was not expecting us to hit over $1,300, so I am very excited, so thank you. No, this is not the normal model. I'm not normally a donkey. I swear I'm not. Chat is just really obsessed with donkeys to the point where they even sponsored a donkey under my name. Thank you, Bunny, for that. I have to explain that. So I gotta kind of make some ears. Now, what's probably gonna be easiest is probably making a triangle, having it be really wide, and then we kind of fold it on itself. So let me see if I could do that. So we need kind of this here. Tell that to my manager? Oh, Snooze? No, Snooze isn't my manager anymore. I'm currently managing myself currently. Are you sure you're not a donkey? No, I'm sure I'm not. I'm sure it's entirely you guys. The Night of the Weird Donkey. Oh my god. So we could kind of stab this pretty thin. Shoot. Wait, hold on. This is all falling apart. Hold on. Let's start this over. That I allowed this? I did. Pyrrha was like, this will be a smart idea, and I said, fine. Very friend-shaped. No, we're not eating Raider's legs either. The only way that you guys get the bite emote is if you guys spend $10 in bits. That's the only way you get it. That's all you get. But if you've never seen this process before... Stabby Thread Mom! Thanks, Patch. We're not actually playing the, what is this, the Needles and Thread game. I just really thought that it was funny, so I did this one. What if I made this stream last 12 hours? Then, nobody's gonna be getting their plushie reactives till, like, November. So we have all these wisps of wool. As I keep stabbing this with these fancy needles that have little barbs on them that you can kind of see, as we keep doing this, I end up actually, like, felting this down. So this is different from wet felting, where you make, like, sheets of felt. This is actually totally different. Okay, now this is stuck. Is this not going together? Oh, no. Unionize to get the bite emote? No, no, no. You guys spend $10 and then you get your bite emote. You guys don't have to unionize. Just spend $10. Why is it doing this? I have accidentally made 2 ears. Why is this not going together? What if I do it like this instead of it getting stuck to the mat? Hold on. I'm gonna be very careful because I'm stabbing it near my fingers. But I think if I do it like this, I think it should form together in such a way that it won't come apart. What's even worse is I just did my nails this morning, so I'm trying not to stab them. Just do giant ears. No, I don't need giant ones. I just need, like, smallish ones. Okay, this should be a little better. We're just gonna have to keep flipping it so it doesn't get stuck to the mat. Because the mat, ironically enough, also made out of felt. And felt sticks to felt. Alright, is this kind of going together just a little bit more? Alright, little better. Little better. We can felt this down a little bit more. And what that's gonna do is this is actually gonna give us a smaller little footprint. So I can even go through here and I could kind of make this smaller by stabbing down here. And this should adhere the two little pieces of wool a little better too. Okay, alright, trust the process. Trust this process. Trust me. I've done this before. It'll look fine. Alright, I want to try and make the little point by stabbing down very, very calmly and carefully. Trust the donkey. I'm just a donkey. Whoever made it. Well, it was Pyrrha. So Pyrrha took the one that I made. So this is the second one. And was able to go through and 3D scan the entire thing. And by scanning it, it looked kind of funky at first. But by replacing a whole bunch of the textures slowly with like all of the scans, it actually came out a little bit better. Unfortunately, the ears didn't work, which is partially why the hat came into play. I think it was just the ears themselves were a little funky. I said what you could probably do is just take off the ears and then replace them later and scan those in separate and then add them on. But it didn't really work out as well as I'd hoped, so. I think the hat actually matches me, so then it's a little bit more like me. Everybody was bitching today about how it's still pointy, but I kind of like the fact that it's pointy. I think that's the one thing that I had wanted with the frog, was for it to be like a frog with my hat, but Declan thought the Kyuuku would have been better. Alright, so we're still stabbing this. We got a little bit more of a body going to it. I'm actually going to keep these wisps of wool. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to use that to adhere this to the top of the head. So I want to keep that as much as possible. Alright, I'm starting to lose some of the shape, so we're going to try and go down a little bit. So we are just stabbing this over and over. I'm also going to have to make the second one. I think before I attach the first one, I'm going to make the second one so I could try and compare what sizes these are. So we can make sure that we have two exactly of the same of the ear. Alright, looking good. Looking good. Fortunately, the ear doesn't have any structure to it, so I don't really have to add too much wool, because it's not it's gonna stand up, and it's gonna flop a little bit, but we don't need it to, like, hold anything up, so I don't have to add any extra wool or anything like that to it. But if we keep stabbing all the way around in this motion, then we're not gonna have it get stuck to the mat either. Now that we've actually got a little bit of stability to it. It'll stick in a couple of places, but it shouldn't pull it apart now. See, chat, progress. So after the ears, I think we'll start working on the legs, because we can do the tail after. I'm debating if we want just like little stick legs. I think that might be kind of cute. How tall does this ear need to be? Let me see. So if this is my fingernail, it needs to be about half the size of the head. So I need to go down a little bit. Does your cat slap you out of nowhere? No, my cat likes to, tap me as we walk past. We taught him to be very, very gentle. If he would slap us, we would ignore him. We would only react whenever he would just gently tap us as we walked past. That was the only way that he would get attention. So he kind of learned to be extremely gentle over a couple of years because of it. But no, my cat's really sweet because of that. We were just very kind with him, and he responded in kind, and that was it. We don't hit him. We don't push him. We don't do anything like that. If he wants us, he'll come up and he'll tap very gently. If he wants to play or if he wants food or something like that, he'll come up and he'll tap it. So if you're in the middle of eating, he'll just come up and start tapping your arm. And you either have to let him sniff it so he knows that it's not for him, or you have to give him some. Alright, I'm trying to make this point a little bit better. See, now we got this little point going on. Yeah, he's a very good cat. We've trained him very well, but then he's also trained us very well, too. We determined that, too. We kind of both trained each other. Yeah, any food he has to sniff. If he realizes there's onions in it, he won't eat it, obviously. If it's just meat, he gets really excited. I'm kind of a piece of shit, too. And, especially if we get, like, roast beef or something, I'll give him some roast beef. If I have chicken, I'll give him a little bit of chicken. Oh, no. Cat's 12 pounds. Weston is 12 freaking pounds. He is gigantic. He's also very long. You cannot really ignore him. Which I think is the best part about him. Momo's 22. Oh my god. I probably wouldn't even be able to pick him up, I'm gonna be honest. Muscle atrophy is a hell of a thing. Chad, I only got 3 more medical bills to pay off, and then I could go back to the doctor. I'm so excited. He's 15 to 17. Oh my god, no. The little gray bull's outside. I think she's like 6 or 7. She's very tiny. So it's very cute to go out there and there's just like this little tiny cat and then come in and here's this angry one who's like, why were you outside? And he starts tapping me. Because he gets really jealous really easily. Doesn't like when you smell like other cats, when you smell like other animals. Alright, I think that's a pretty good ear. So let's see. If I was to take this, and I kind of fold this inward, I'm going to actually take these little pins over here. And I'm going to hold that down. I mean, I think that looks like a donkey ear. What do we think? Oh, that might be better, actually, for, just ignore my arm. Chat, what do we think? See, it's got that fold now. What do we think? How's it look? Hell yeah. Now I just gotta make a second one. Aw, oh, man. It's gonna be harder than you think. Like ass. Thank you, Patch. So, chat, now I gotta make a second one exactly like this. So, let's see. The camera is very washed out. I've turned off all the lights. I think it's just because of the direct sunlight that's coming from this way. And then we've got the overhead light coming from this way. And then there's actually a second window over there. So there's actually sunlight coming from that way too. So it's sunlight, sunlight, overhead light. So the lighting's great in here. The lighting is the perfect amount that we need in here for me to work. It looks great for me, but the camera's not set up properly for it. I've tried several different variations and it just won't do it. I don't know why. So let's see if we can make another one. So we want it to match exactly like this. So I need to go to at least like here, I think. So let me see if I could stab all this down. Very, very slowly. I'm gonna try and rotate it a little bit too. What also doesn't help, I think I need to get a proper, like, big desk pad. I was half debating, like, making one with, like, my merch or something on it and then using that. I was gonna get the Ebe one, and then I got upset because all of the plushies are sold out, and I don't think they're restocking them ever. And I saw a whole bunch of people were buying them just to resell them on eBay for like $600, so I got upset. And I was like, I don't think I want this desk mat anymore. I'm so mad. Chad, I just wanted Mary. I wanted to get all 3 of them, but then Gary was unstocked, and then I was like, damn it. You'd have to get a filter and a polarizer. It'll take down the light and fix any scattering. Do I have a polarizer on here? I don't know if I do. Oh wait, can I do... I think I can do a filter through here, right? Effect filters. Oh no. I tried to make a game and scammed everyone. No. They made merch. It's a physical thing, not a filter. Oh, that's not gonna work. Yeah. I was trying to see if I could do it in OBS. Oh, wait. Wait, we got sharpen. Oh, chat, look at that sharp.
Here we go.
Chat, does that show up for you guys too? Oh my god! It's like worms! Hold on, how bad does that look with a little bit of sharpen? That did nothing. Alright, that's a little better. Ooh, color correction? Oh! I can turn down the gamma. Whoa. Now you can see it. No, you still can't. God damn it. Can I turn down the brightness? Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait. Oh, man. That'd be so fucking funny. Oh, man. That's so funny. Oh, that's so fucking good. I don't know why that was so funny to me, chat. Sorry. I promise I'm not gonna fuck around anymore. Anyway, back to the ears. Limit to bitrate to 500. No, I'm at 5,000. Drop it down to 10% of what I'm using. Listen, I was a MySpace person, alright? I used to make HTML little theme assets and stuff for people. I was very good at that. I used to make everybody themes and stuff, and I would get paid for it. I was one of those people. Yo, Patch, same, yeah! So I know how to do HTML, I know how to do CSS. I started learning C, and I was really bad at it. I was really horrible at Java and gave up on that. So I know HTML, CSS, Dreamweaver, and and then how to do ActionScript, and that's it. That's all that stuck was ActionScript. And guess what? Can't use ActionScript anymore. They didn't sanitize comments. You just put the tag and mess up their page. Why would you do that? You're awful. Oh man, I kind of miss MySpace, I won't lie. Things were so much easier then. Alright, ear, how are we doing? Not very good. Bring back Blink! Oh no. Bring back percentages. It was so much easier to work on everybody's monitors that way. I used percentages for everything, so it always looked good on every single fucking monitor. Otherwise, it would just look like shit on somebody's, like, little fucking CRT at 800 by 600. To be fair, I was taking a web design class, and, I don't know why, but he didn't want to teach us Java, per se. So he went, just go to different websites, hit inspect, and then steal their Java code and then put it in. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm not learning this Java, I guess. Hi, Cap'n. I don't know if it was just that he didn't want to teach us Java, which, listen, I don't blame him. But, like, just going around and stealing code, I was like, I know it's trash, and I know that it was literally just, like, a whole bunch of people that probably had absolutely no experience with coding. Because I think they had to take it for part of the business degree and stuff. I was just like, man, we're just going around thieving. What am I actually learning? The pro tip? Nothing. Because even Dreamweaver had some, like, JavaScript that you were able to put in. So I was like, why don't we just learn how to use those? And he's like, because a lot of the times those are actually broken. I thought that was a donkey under hat. It kind of is. They're telling me you don't need to learn code because stealing's okay. Oh my god. I ended up just making a basic website by hand without any Java and stuff. Because I was like, I just coded this all by hand. He's like, you coded this by hand? He was like, fine, you can get an A. And I was like, thanks. Thanks, doctor. It had all be done with stolen code. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. It will bother you to fix it. That's true. That's very true. Hi, Taki. Oh my god, that was my favorite post that somebody just made. I saw... I'm not streaming coding. Absolutely not. My favorite most recently was, somebody reposted, somebody a couple of months ago was like, yeah, you could just steal everyone's, art and stuff. You could just go to the museums and take it. That's the best way to learn how to do art, right? You just gotta steal what they were working on. And then somebody retweeted it today and was like, oh shit. Oops. Chad, if you didn't hear the news... Hello world and mindfuck. Oh my god, no. Chad, we gotta raise a lot more money for that. I think that'd be at least $1 million. At least $1 million for me to work on coding. Yeah, they want to learn how to make crowns. Guys, if you didn't see, they stole jewelry today from the Louvre. Which I think is a crying shame, because they're literally just going to pull it apart so they can have all the gems and then sell the gems. They don't actually care about the rest of it. Last time a guy just walked out with a painting. I know. I just don't get it. The proletariat craved jewels. No, make actual, like, use out of your thieving and stuff. Hack the, never mind, I shouldn't say that. Never mind, I shouldn't say that. It was broken in pieces, it was a smash and grab. God damn it. No. I have been advised not to finish this joke. I am not advocating for anything. I am not getting in trouble for anything. Absolutely not. I am not continuing. My political views are totally different. All the games with easy anti-cheat are I guess nobody's playing 7 Days to Die. I think that's the only reason why my easy anti-cheat was busted, was because I downloaded 7 Days to Die, which is easy anti-cheat. Hex away. All of these kids are gonna be so sad because they can't play Fortnite. Alright, how are we looking? Alright, we've got pretty much the basic size for the most part. Now we just gotta get a little bit of the shape. So let's kind of do this from the side. So I could kind of felt this to have that point as well. This is also going to kind of give us a little bit of a, you know, which side is going to be like the left, which side's going to be the right, too. So I kind of want to mirror them. They've been complaining about staffing. They are, but at the same time, it's not also up to the staff. It's also up to them to kind of, like, put more stuff in place as well. Because even if there was more staff, I mean, what are they going to do? They're not going to stand next to every single exhibit. So it's also just like a security thing in general. Like, where's the sensors? Where's the glass? Where's the everything? Like, sure, they do need more manpower, but they also need it because at the same time, if you have more manpower, let's say somebody's on a break. Artificial intelligence. Oh my god. A crown sympathizer. Oh my god. It's a little bit of all of it. Yeah, if somebody's coming in with an angle grinder, I'm not about to stop them. I mean, I'll call the police, so. They didn't have anyone patrolling the building. Well, that's even worse. Like, if they had security cameras, if they had a number of different things to kind of work with it, it was a multitude of different things. I don't think it was just staffing, because at the same time, yeah, if you have more people there, they shouldn't also be the ones going in to go and stop this. Should also be stuff in place. They were in place. But then if nobody's actually able to get to them either. Or where do they go? Do they go to police? Like, I don't think the people that are working at the museums... Oh, well then yeah, if nobody's able to respond to it, then what the hell's the point? But your little curators and stuff, it's also not up to them to go and chasing these people down either. I think it's just falling to they needed more security stuff in place. But what do I know? I totally don't know anything about security, running a security department for several years at different conventions. I totally don't know anything that I'm talking about. when they did the free bails for minor crimes? Well, because they were... They didn't have any things in place to kind of take care of the prisoners because the prison system in the US is an absolute horrific thing and is just about keeping people there and putting them at slave wages because what else are they gonna do? And then they can make them do really shitty jobs and stuff. They're not actually there to do any kind of, like, anything useful with any of these prisoners and stuff. So they were like, I mean, you can't work if you're sick, so leave. Because then they can't make any profits anymore. But what am I gonna say? Hi, Armor. What am I gonna say? They'll probably leave the security force exactly as is and be like, I mean, we couldn't place where this happens very frequently. There was nothing we could have done to prevent this. Sorry, I don't mean to get political, and I'm very, very opinionated on certain things. I just pissed off one of my family members more recently when we were doing everything for the funeral for the family. We had talked politics, and I always say I'm never a good person to talk politics with, because I'm very unlike the good majority of my family. And I pissed off one of my uncles so much he actually had to go and, like, go into another room and go take a nap. Because I pissed him off so much. I was like, I'm so sorry. He's a very, very stout Republican. And doesn't really enjoy any of my opinions for the most part. So I tried to explain to him he was going on about DEI, and I just looked at him and I went, you know, I've been in 3 different programs that were technically DEI, right? Right? And he's like, well, but things like trickle-down economics work. And I'm like, no. No, they don't. I was like, look at me. DEI didn't even work for that. What do you want from me? And I'm like, how much... And I was being really mean, and I said, how much college debt did you have when you graduated? And he got mad and he left after that. Chad, I got over $70,000 in college debt. That's never going anywhere. That's just never gonna get paid. Even when I was gainfully employed. Yeah, I got trickled on. Oh boy, did I. Because he went to college before trickle-down economics was a thing, too. So, whoops. He's like, it'll be really good for the economy. I was like, yeah? Yeah, how did that go? Yeah, just as Reagan intended. Oh, man. What's even better is my dad really likes Ronnie Reagan. He's like, that's the best president we ever had. And I was like, Dad, you have never made above the poverty level. The poverty level keeps going up. He's never made above the poverty level. I'm like, Dad, you are the number one. You are the number one example of trickle-down economics did not work. Oh, man. Man, my family's great. Sorry, we don't normally talk about politics, and I never like to argue with people or anything like that. A lot of that ruling is because I don't like when people come in and they're like, I see you have the LGBTQ tag. Tell me why that's okay. And I'm like, I don't feel like debating my right to exist. I'm sorry. I just don't. So nobody's in trouble or anything like that. I'm not mad at anyone for differing opinions or anything like that. So it's working. There's just more levels. Alright, we got 1 ear. I gotta try and fit this in a little bit more. So I'm trying to get it where it'll kind of move in a little bit naturally. Let's see. Because I can actually... So we're gonna kind of fold this in a little bit, just like this. Can you kind of see it? Stop with the light. There we go. See, we got the fold. We got the fold. It looks bad, but we got the fold. That's what we're looking for. See? Just a little gentle fold. Just going through the entire thing. You can kind of see it. So this will be easier to actually place on top of the head. This way. And then I kind of want to fix the point at the top as well. Cuz it's a pretty good point up here. Like we really want it to come to a point. So I'm going to kind of do this here from the side. Okay. As we keep going from the side a little bit. Okay. Looking good. Alright, looks good. Looks good. So I'm gonna do this from the front. I'm gonna do this from both sides and keep going over there. Have fun taking a nap. Thanks for stopping by. Chat, if any of you guys gotta go, I understand, or if any of you guys gotta lurk. This isn't a very exciting stream, but it is fun getting to sit here and kind of talk to you guys. I think that's what I kind of like with these. Your cues, uncle! No! Alright, so this one kind of goes this way. This one can kind of go this way a little bit, so this one's also kind of folding in. I might have to accentuate this fold a little bit, because this one's still a little bit poofy. I didn't really get it as thin as I probably could have. But the point at the top is pretty good, so I only need to do a little bit of finagling. Oh, see, now you can see it from down here. See, chat? It's got little folds in there. You can see the little line going across. Chat, little ears! I know the ears wouldn't take that long. Also, wait, it's been an hour, chat. Guess what? Guess what? Hey, how's it going? Chat, it's been a while. How are you? Chat, hi, I'm back! Chat, how was it? How was it without me? Man, I came back and look, there's all this stuff that's already done. Oh man, isn't this great? Also, God, there's so much wool everywhere. Oh my God, there's so much everywhere. Communism! Oh my God. You missed this awesome VTuber. Oh my God. Oh, that's so sad. Oh no. I already know where this is going. Are you guys gonna waste your points? It was great and entertaining. Yeah, it talked about politics. I don't think we want that one back. Okay, I think these ears... I'm at 7,500. Okay. I do kind of feel bad that I have it as expensive as I do. Thanks, Patch. I do... Put it back. God damn it. What if I just stay this size? Oh my God. Oh wait, I'm losing the tip. There we go. That's better. Hey guys. Here, we'll go a little bit to the side so you can kind of see the tail. How about that? Can we get a World of Warcraft restart? Oh my God. Well, I only have it where it's 2 times a stream. So that way you guys aren't all wasting your points. And also that I don't have to sit here and calculate how much time each time because I can't automate it. At least I don't think there's a way to automate changing the avatars in VC Face. I want to waste my fake internet points. Yeah, but you could also get subs. You could get gifted subs. You could get a personal star. It's also just for my sanity, and I think it's actually gonna make some clips a little difficult too. So I'm trying to keep like a gentle balance. Oh, you're on a 10-minute delay. Whoops. Hi, welcome back, Cal. A really detailed accessory? Think that could be automated? I think I would need to use Mix It Up, and I don't know if I could actually run Mix It Up. I don't know if I could run that at the same time. I'm still trying to get the live 2D stuff to work, so I'd rather get the model to work first and then go from there. Does that make sense? Fuck Mix It Up. I think most people use it. And I think it's only a single dev right now that's just kind of doing it for fun because everybody else left. Firebot? I think Firebot is actually more resource intensive. So I'd have to get a new computer first. That's the other problem. You gotta remember, I'm still on Windows 10. It's designed by a blind 8th grader in 1998. Yeah, no, the Mix It Up devs actually had a stream recently. I was talking about how there was a whole bunch of people that were helping for a while, and then they all left, and now it's just one person just doing it all for free. So, go figure. So I'm trying to flip this frequently, because otherwise it's going to get stuck to the mat, and obviously we don't want to deal with that. Alright, does that look thin enough? I think this one could probably get... yeah, this one can probably get thinned out a little bit more. Because as of right now, we're not getting the holes with it. So I think I need to stab this more. It's not very felted yet. Like a potted plant that's keeping Team Fortress 2 going. I know, I don't know how Team Fortress 2 still is existing in this day and age, but... And it's just only bots, too. Every time that I hop in, it's just only bots. Because my gaming group and I used to play it a lot. Yeah, it's just hat trading simulator. Okay. Alright, we're getting some holes. This is a little better. I need to try and stab this one and get that curve a little bit back. Okay. Alright, we got the curves. We got the ears. You can see it better here. It looks like, what are those conch shells that the dude bros, the surfer bros wear? You know what I'm talking about? Those conch shells? You know, the little foldy-in ones. So let's see if I can attach these. So we're gonna very carefully pin these down. So that we can see. How far back do we have to go? Alright, a little bit of a ways. So this is actually gonna work. You mean, what is this Lord of the Flies? No! Now let's see if I could pin this down. And then let's pin the middle. I might have to fix that a little bit, but there we go. We got some ears. Chat, we got some ears. What do we think? Let me see if I can put it down here. Yeah. This one might need to get curved a little bit up this way. You've alerted the horse. What do we think, chat? Yeah. We got some hair. We got some hair. I'm gonna have to stab all of this in. But this is also gonna help to kind of adhere it and also keep the shape of it too without me having to smush in the ears a little bit. Okay. Trying to get all of this back bit down at least. Why are you not staying? I'll let you know how much Firebot takes up. Yes. Please do. See, I think my problem is because I'm using VC face, it takes up a lot of resources. Let me see what that does. Hold on, let's see. VC face is currently using one of my GPUs, and it's currently using about 1 gigabyte of my memory, whereas OBS is using about 2.5 to 3. And I've got what? 36 gigs, and then I've got Brave that's also running. Fortunately, I have Brave, which does not run on Chromium, so it's only using about half a gig. Get a donkey onesie. No, I'm not gonna be on camera. It's a beautiful Pegasus. Thanks, Neck. I know I gotta get rid of all the hair. I've done my time being a face cam person. I'm not doing it again. No, it's based off of Firefox, not Chromium. Get a donkey onesie nonetheless. No, I have a sloth one, actually. I've had it for many years. Is it Chromium? It uses all Firefox. Either which way, it's not Chrome. So I'll take that. You can actually turn off the AI in it, unlike other ones. I personally like it. I haven't had any issues with it. I also have not... Waterfox and Library Wolf. See, but then I also like having all of the privacy and stuff. So that's why I use it. It doesn't log any of my stuff. And it'll auto get rid of a lot of it. And then I just use Ghostery. I used to use Ghostery. Ghostery was great. I wish that would come back. Very mad about that. Yeah, I'm trying not to hit my fingers. Hi, Not. Alright. Ears are kind of coming in. I could take out all of the pins now. Now I just gotta get rid of all of this. But I could also use this as well, or I could chop it off if I really need to. Okay, we got a little bit of a line over here. Let's see if I could pull some of this and kind of... do this. I'm really hoping that we could finish this today so I could do something different for next week. We'll have to see. If it wouldn't shake my, excuse me, if it wouldn't shake my, my desk so much, which would fuck up the camera. Not quite as good as sketching. If my sewing machine wouldn't shake my desk as much as it would, I would obviously make a whole bunch of little bat keychains that we could give out to the kids and stuff, but unfortunately my embroidery machine is a fucking beast. Okay. I need to move this guy up a little bit because he's not adhering right here. Crab walk zoomied. Oh my god. I love cats. Cats are such weird creatures. Let me see if I could shove these two together. Oh, the anti-vibe feat. I did that for mine. The only problem is it still shakes because it's going at like, what is it, like 1,000 stitches a minute? It's kind of insane. It's a very fast machine. Cats are super cool. They just went, oh, you'll feed me? Alright, fine. Sorry, I'm trying to do it down here so I could kind of take advantage of the thick pad, because if you can't tell, Chad, this is real thick. Put on a paver. See, the only problem is that I also need the actual workbench underneath it because I use it to cut and measure fabric too. So I can't put too much that's gonna change the makeup of the actual workbench. Because then it's gonna fuck up how I lay down the fabric. Because there's actually some space in between. I want to say it's about like a foot. Have a good night, Pepper. Well, Pyrrha sent us a 3D printer, and now Pyrrha got like a really fancy one, and then Pyrrha had the 3D scanner. So the open one is really nice. I still gotta find that that tweet that Simon was talking about the streaks. Maybe that's what we should do. We should have you guys like streaking. Oh my god. I wish I could set it up as a little alert that every time you guys redeem your streak, like somebody goes streaking, like a la Sims, you know, like all pixelated and stuff. Have that be a little alert, but I don't know how I would do that. That'd be kind of funny. You know, like Sim streaking. You know, when you're in, like, the college thing and they could randomly just go streaking through the halls and stuff in The Sims. And they put the little pixelated, like, thing over them. Have you guys as chat bat? I don't know how the hell I would automate that. Alright, we got one half almost done. I'm just trying to get all of this extra wool just thrown in. Probably away with Streambot. I don't use Streambot either. That's the other problem. I don't use half of these, so I don't even know how to work them. I'd have to kind of go through and learn them, and then hope that I could do it, and then spend all that time learning it in the first place. I also don't have a, you know, one of the Stream Decks either. That would probably be a good way to do it, but I don't have that. I was debating at some point using my, my little remote that I use for drawing and stuff. He won't be fast, but he can try his best. No, that'd be me. I also wouldn't be fast, but I would try my best. But I was thinking about using my little remote that I use for drawing for it as like a Stream Deck kind of per se, because it's kind of what it is. It's a little shortcut button thing. But then it would be very difficult whenever we have drawing streams, because then I won't be able to use it anymore. Listen, I just got the mixer working, okay? I'm very happy about that one. That one was more important, I'm gonna be honest. I got 1,000,001 things to do. And the mixer was frankly more important for all of our sound and stuff. Has it been sounding better, chat? In the past, like, week, or has there been no difference? Okay, this is not very well adhering. I've got, like, a little bit of a line here you can kind of see, so I've got to kind of pull some of this. I gotta kind of add this in. Make it a little less even. Alright, that's better. Now that line is disappearing. I'm also very excited because I have one more sewing project that can't be shown on stream. And then all the rest of them we can kind of use for content. But what that also means is then I'll have time off stream where I can actually work on stream stuff. Because obviously I won't be able to sew if I'm not streaming, but then that also means that then I have all that time outside of streaming to actually work on stream stuff. Does that make sense, chat? I have one more private commission and that's it. And then I think I'm going to be done with the VTuber dolls for a while. Unless we hit the 2,000 on here. That'd be the only time I would do it again. Because then that's one that goes to me, and then we can see about potentially turning that into a thing. I mean, Kong works, so maybe. I'm also kind of plotting out what kind of streams we're going to be doing here once October's over. I would definitely like to go back to RimWorld now that we've had kind of like a nice month off. Alright, looking good. I know that other people are wanting to do multiplayer, but we're still waiting on RimWorld multiplayer to get updated. Christmas streams. I don't know what I'm doing for Christmas this year. Can I be honest? I don't know what I'm doing for American Thanksgiving either. I think I might just be at home alone this year. So maybe I'll stream. Gotta figure that one out. Maybe I'll just make a little tiny Cornish hen for me. Probably pissing off your relatives. No, I don't think I want to go see them. I don't think I'm going to be going over there. I don't think I want to travel. My mom was already trying to force me to, and I said, no, absolutely not. She's like, you didn't come last year. I was like, I know. She's like, well, you can come by this year. And I'm like, no, I think it might snow. I think I'm all right. All right, we're kind of losing some of the shape on the body, so I do need to kind of reshape this a little bit. But there we go. All right, most of the wool should be shoved in here. Talk politics with Uncle Cog. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm hoping maybe that now he won't actually, like, talk to me about politics, knowing now that I won't kind of, let him rant about it. Then maybe I'll just be allowed to, like, hey, can we just change the subject? I just don't want to deal with it. Alright, looking good. Looking good. I've definitely got to finagle a lot of this over here because some of it is still crunching down, so it's not as thick of a core as I'd like right here. We're starting to get a couple of the holes and stuff, but not as many as I would like, meaning that this is actually properly felted. All right, ear. I'm also trying to get the ears down a little bit more because they're still in the front, not really felted well. How... Okay, there is a little bit of a divot in between the ears. Okay, I'm starting to kind of get one a little bit between the head here and between the ears, you could kind of see. So I think I'm going to keep that. Because it seems like we're going to kind of naturally have that. And it looks like that's actually what it is on the toy. Alright, trying to do the same thing here. Alright, the ears are looking pretty good. What do we think, chat? Ears? I think those are ears. Let me see if I could kind of push it this way a little bit. I think I'm just doing a job. I don't think it's a good job, but I think it's a job. So we've got the cheeks going on. Hold on. What if I do this? Is it a little bit less glare? No. There we go. Hold on. Hold on. Trying to... What if I go this way? No. Chat, as you can see, I'm freezing. I'm curled up in a blanket. I'm really trying. And chat, you just gotta trust me. I promise all of the, crochet one? Oh my god, yes, I will pay you. I've never learned how to crochet. My mom taught me, and, I made a chain, and I couldn't figure out how to do another layer. She never taught me that. She only taught me how to make a chain. I want to learn how to knit one day. I think that would be fun. I wonder if I could... I don't think I have any cardboard. Ooh. Chad, I have an idea. Hold on. Hold on. This is gonna seem like a really dumb one. On a punkaboo? Oh my god. I'll trade you. I'll make you a stuffed animal. Or I'll pay you. Hold on. Chat, can I put the lid of my box of fabric here? Oh. Oh. I think it's the overhead light. Hold on. Chat. Oh, that's better. Ah! Except the lid just fell. Hold on. Oh. Hold on, my tracker's gonna be a little weird. What if I do this? Hold on. It moved my camera. Oh. You'll send me the punkaboo? Oh, hell yeah. Chat? Is that better? Oh. Oh. Chat, we can finally see. That's all I had to do. I had to turn off the overhead light and I had to block it with a lid. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Chat. Chat, I don't know how janky it's gonna be. Hold on. Chat. What also doesn't help now is now my tracking's all fucked up. Hold on, I gotta... Hold on. Why is it still upwards? Hold on. Hold on. Why is it so up? I'm not looking up like that. Ugh. Although I guess that's gonna kind of help when I'm looking down, doesn't it? Hold on. Reset. Why am I just stuck looking up? Okay, can I do this? Chat, why is it just my neck? Why am I just looking up my neck? I want to be looking down like here. It keeps losing tracking. I fucked it up. Chat, I thought I fixed it. I did not. Hold on. What if I do this? Is that better? Alright, I guess this is as good as we're getting. Chat, how bad is this? Well, I could tell you how bad it is. Chat, I could show you how bad this is right now. Chat, it's working. It's working. That's what's most important, right? Chat, it's working. As long as it doesn't fall, I think I've wedged it enough that I think it'll stay there. Oh man. Chat, this is a good opportunity. We've been here for about, I'll send you some blackout curtains, thanks. Well, we're supposed to put curtains all throughout the house. We just haven't yet. It takes a lot of time. And a lot of effort. And I also always use my sunlight as much as possible. So. Chat, drink water. Everybody drink water, but I'm gonna go run to the bathroom, but hold on. Chat, we got another 30 minutes of donkey. We got another 30 minutes, but chat, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm not even gonna go to be right back. You guys could look at the donkey. Look at that. Wait, where's the... Hello? What? Where'd he go? Oh. Chat, look at the donkey. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Triple donkey. Oh my god. Chat, what a time to be at stream. What a time. Am I right? Also, why is my head still so high up? Is it just I have to, like, pivot, maybe? Hold on. Oh, see, why is it sideways? Alright, that might be a little better. Chat, we're back to normal. I'm slowly getting my points. Yeah, because you get more points when you're subbed as well. What is it on average? I think it said you get 220 points if you're a sub per hour. Something like that. Chat, get your watch streaks. Let's put my gloves back on. 1.2 times. Why did I think it was twice? Chad, I'm so glad that my nails worked out this morning. Look at them. They're a black crelly with little red flecks in them. Perfect for Halloween. I'm gonna be so spooky. And also, they're starting to get long enough that I might be able to put them back into an almond shape and actually have claws again. Right now, they're just kind of rounded. Isn't that exciting? Yeah. Alright, gloves back on. As you could tell, chat, you can actually see all the lines on my hands. They do actually help. They are absolutely compressing. Would recommend compression gloves. Alright. Back to work. Now that this is a little darker, although now I don't really have the sunlight, so it's getting harder for me to see, but... Although now I could probably do... Oh, there we go, chat. That's better. Now we've got a gentle light as opposed to such a harsh light. There we go. Now you guys can see. Yeah! Although that does kind of show me that the eyes are a little funky, so let me fix this a little bit. Very slowly. There we go. There's the face. So now you can see there's the little nose. There's the little mouth going across. Yeah, fucking harsh light. See, I like the sunlight because I feel like it's better for me. So I don't want to cover it either. Oh, I just dropped all my needles. Damn it. It's okay, they're still in the bag, but... Somehow got a thick black cat hair in here. Trying to remake the mouth a little bit because it got a little crunched. I'm just stabbing it very slowly in the same spot. Okay, alright, looking a little better. You have transition lenses. I'm lucky enough that I have 20/20 vision, so... I could see everything from everywhere. I just sometimes get very tired eyes. I'm gonna stab that over there. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Look at that little mouth. See, now you can really see it. Oh, I'm so excited. Now you can really see the curves in the ears, too. The rest of my body is entirely a nightmare, so... I mean, I got good eyes, but not much else. At least I've been blessed with something. I don't have to spend $600 on a pair of glasses every year. I'll give myself at least that. I guess I'll die. I just... Well, because then we went and got pizza, And so I've been slowly eating the pizza for the past couple of days, and then that's been killing me. I don't know why, but it has. So that's been fun. Let me see if I can kind of shape the ears a little bit more. So it kind of matches the other one. Yeah. It's not really felting very well, is it? I wonder if my barbs are slowly falling out, and I wonder if I have to change out my needles. Because there's like a little bit of resistance that you should get, and I wasn't getting any when I was using this. So maybe I'm not stabbing it hard enough? But it's hitting a couple of the barbs, so let's see. There's a little bit. Even-ish. I think that's fairly even. Okay, so ears are done. We got tail and then we got legs. I don't think I'm gonna do like anatomically correct legs. I think I just want to do like regular stick legs because I think if I do anatomic, I don't think it's actually gonna stand very well. I kind of want more of the structure than the anatomic, at least for this part. If it was anything else, I'd say yes, but because we kind of need the legs to be able to actually stand, I think I'd rather do that. However, we can do a little fun bit. Let's make the tail really quick. How big does the tail have to be? It's about... I'm just looking at the base. It's about 2 thumbs, so it should be... You know what? I wonder if that'd be better to do after the legs. Because it looks like it should be halfway down the leg. So maybe I should do the legs first. Alright, we're gonna make some sticks. We're gonna make some sticks, chat. How do I want to roll this? How do I want to do this? I kind of want to go get the instructions from the llama that I made. No instructions, only stabbing. I just hope for the best. What if I do the core like this, and then I add more and wrap it around? And then this will be the bottom of the foot. This will be the top that I actually adhere. Also, hi, Pyrrha. Maybe if I do a cigarette shape here until about, like, here? And then I can actually put more wool down here, and then I can actually take all of this and kind of create the hind leg with it. Maybe that might work. Let's see. We'll test it out. Hi, Acrylic. Hi, Raiders. How are you? Hi, welcome into Donkey. How was your stream this morning? I had hopped in for a little bit. Can I type? I can type. Chat, if you guys haven't already, you guys should go and drop a follow. Briefly hit 301. Oh my god. Well, doesn't the game at a certain point make it really hard for you to keep colonists too? That's what I was wondering. But hi, welcome in. Welcome to Needlefelting. We've been doing a whole bunch of weird stuff this entire month. We've been doing at about 2:20. Oh, then yeah. So hi, welcome in. If you guys didn't see, we're currently making a donkey. I just fixed the lighting a little bit so it's a little easier to see. So this is just big, thick wool. It's very wispy. And you take these special needles, if you've never seen, and you punch it down. And you can create little shapes like this. So here's our donkey. Also, in 20 minutes, I can switch back to my regular model. But hi! Hey, if any of you guys gotta go, or like, I know you're probably gonna start editing some stuff. I completely understand. Feel free to lurk. But yeah, we're doing some fun streams this entire month. Feel free to stick around. It's just going to be a nice chill time with a little bit of music. However, the music is really loud for me. I turned that down. Yeah, it's the same one. I'm hoping we finish it today. I added the ears. I did a little bit more to the face. And now we're trying to work on the legs. And then we'll be able to add the tail and then be able to add all of the colors. So I'm hoping to finish him completely today so that next week we could do something different. I don't know what yet, but something. Have fun lurking. But yeah, for the rest of you, if any of you guys gotta go as well, I completely understand. But for those of you that don't know, hi, I'm Q. We also play RimWorld. We're taking a break from it this month because we're actually doing some charity stuff for a very lovely little charity called Gamers Outreach. And they try and get, you know, video games in the hands of kids that are in hospitals. So what they do is they're actually making little mobile go-karts, or what they call them, and they're little plastic shells, and then they can actually add in all of the wires, all of the monitors, all the controllers, all of the consoles and stuff. So it's all completely hooked up. You can't open it. But what that does is they can actually wheel it from room to room so multiple kids can actually enjoy it in every hospital. And the doctors and nurses then don't have to hook anything up. It's just already set up for them. And the kids get to do their thing. So we're currently fundraising for $2,000, which is half of one of their go-karts. So chat, if you're able to donate, it's very greatly appreciated. But everybody else should be starting to do a lot of their other spooktacular streamathons starting from the 22nd to the 31st. So if you see any one of your other favorite creators or something that is also doing Gamers Outreach and doing spooktacular streamathon, feel free to donate to them, share it to me, let me know, because I love sharing everyone's stuff. Hoping to see the bat cake. I mean, we're, what? Is that $75 away from our next target? Oh boy. So that's our next one coming up. So at $1,400, I have to do another baking stream, but this time for a cake in the shape of a bat. And at $1,600, we have to play through Project Hospital's campaign. We've done a sandbox game, but I've never done the campaign. At $1,800, I have to make myself a little plush, but it's going to be me as a frog. And at $2,000, I have to make myself as a VTuber doll. If you've never seen it, we've made a couple of these before with some of our friends and stuff. So let me pull up a couple. So it's a fun time. You guys also get incentives. For $10, you guys get a Discord role. For $20, you guys get a little profile picture that I make for you. For $40, you guys get a nice little thank you card. You give me your email, and at the end of the campaign, I will send you guys a nice little thank you with how much we raised and stuff like that. And at $60, you guys get a little plushie, your character here, kind of like Fugi reactive. And at $100, you guys can restart the stream. So, chat, here's Ren's that I made, if you've never seen it before. So chat, at $2,000, I gotta make myself. And it's a whole thing. And I'll finally stream it so you guys can kind of see the entire process. It's a whole thing. I do everything by hand. I'm kind of insane. So I make all the patterns, I put all the clothes and stuff. I use a pattern by Mon Pattern, which is a really cool pattern maker. And I edit it to match every character, and I add all of their hair and everything. So none of this is patterned besides like the initial base. I do everything else. So I make these for people. So I'll finally get to make one for myself, and you guys will get to see it. So it's an exciting thing. That's what I was originally thinking, was to try and rig it. And we should do another game of Dokapon. Oh my god, yes. You gotta reach out to Callie. Oh my god, more Dokapon. I have actually been itching to do Dokapon again. I've been itching to do it again at some point. It's been, oh, I just realized I've been sitting here. Hold on, you guys are still looking at the Spooktacular Streamathon thing. Wait, hold on. There we go. Hey, I'm back to needlefelting. I did this yesterday, too. Oh, boy. But yeah, it's been a fun time over here. So, yeah, if any of you guys are able to donate, it's greatly appreciated. I was not expecting us to actually hit 1,000, so I'm very excited. Classic Q moment, thanks, Lee. It's truly a me. I did this now twice, yesterday and today. Also, my tracking keeps dying. I think it's because the camera's in the way, so I'm sorry. That's not me. That's just me looking down. See? I'm sorry! The camera that you guys are using is right here in the field of vision of the camera that's doing the tracking on top of the monitor. So it's not that the stream is dying or anything, it's just me. It's a streamer thing? I did that, one of our other streamer friends, Bassoonist, the lovely Spencer did that, and I clipped it because it was really funny because he got first in a race. He was like, oh my god, did you guys see that? Wasn't it great? And he was like really hyping it up, and I clipped it. It was on him. So it was just his reaction the entire time. He never switched the screen. So we got to see him really win the race. It was very exciting. I think I'm also just really bad at streaming. Chat, just a reminder, this is my first stream. I've never streamed before. I'm sorry, you guys can't hold me to any kind of standards. I'm very nervous, it's my first stream. Ignore the fact that we worked on the donkey last week. And you guys saw me make a donkey cake 2 weeks ago. I accidentally took the video with selfie. It's like when my mom called me on 4th of July, and I thought she was gonna tell me happy 4th of July or something. No, she goes, Q, I went to go and take a picture of the cake for this party that I'm doing, but I took 40 selfies of myself. How do I fix it? Leave it to my mom. And I was like, Mom, after like the first couple of pictures, why did you keep taking more pictures? And it wasn't even how do I fix it, it's how do I delete them? She never got a picture of the cake. I was like, Mom, you gotta hit the little button to flip it around. And she's like, well, how do I delete them? I was like, just go into your photos and delete them. She's like, but I took like 60 pictures of myself. And I'm like, Mom, just go and delete them, it's fine. I was like, happy 4th of July. Alright, we're gonna be here for a while. If any of you guys haven't seen, this is needlefelting. So we take the wool, the thin wispy stuff, and we stab it over and over. There's these little tiny barbs that you could see on these needles. That's what all those little bumps are. And what it does is it'll actually start to gently felt the wool and turn it into different shapes. I think I might have to change out my needles. They don't feel as sharp anymore. Hi, Ender. I know, I think, Donkey, I think, is only gonna be twice a stream. I think these might be a little too... Hold on, let me see if I can... pull this apart. I actually don't know if I can grab this without stabbing myself. I'm doing this because I'm stabbing a donkey. Honestly, yes. Can I not get a good grip with these gloves? Is that the problem? To be honest, I think it's jammed. When it's most embarrassing. Yeah. But no, everyone always does it right at the beginning, and then they'll do it again, and then it's just left. So, I mean, I'm okay with that, because then it's just the only first 2 hours of every stream. Chat, I can't get this. And I don't want to ruin my nails. Oh, no. Do I have to go get, like, pliers or something? Ow. No, I think we'll just leave it. Can we call it Stabby McBarbie? Sure, we'll call it that. No, I don't think it has a name. I know I do have a tendency to go through and name things, but I don't think I ever named this. We'll name it Stabby. That I'm the donkey VTuber now? Absolutely not. Absolutely not embracing it. A 7-watch streak. Oh my god. I'm just trying to rotate this because we kind of want to stick for the most part. And we're gonna have to do this 4 times. But I'm trying to do the back legs first, I think. And then we'll do the fronts. Brutus! Oh my god. No, we're not being a donkey VTuber. This is also probably not going to be a permanent thing anyway, because starting in February-ish, I think we should have our live 2D by then all set up and done, but I don't know yet. We'll see. Because if I'm switching to a different program, I'm not going to switch back to this. Well, this one could be Caesar the Donkey, because this one we were stabbing, but... Chat, the best part is that we're even doing this project because if you guys remember, it was because we actually fundraised for the iPhone. Everything that we got... Oh, is it the Needler? I don't know. Which one are we naming? Cal, did you mean the stabby thing? The needle? Because we're not stabbing the needle. We're stabbing the actual project. That's why I'm like, what? Hold on, can I do this now? Okay, that might be better. Maybe I won't lose tracking as frequently. Oh yeah, that's much better. It just kept catching on the camera. We had made it a little different, trying to see if we could fix the lights, but this actually worked out better. But no, we got the iPhone, and I have it mainly set up. I have pretty much everything turned off. I just need VTube Studio to kind of work. I ported over the Gremlin model that Riley made last year, and it looks like it works, but I don't know how well the rig is, because she said she rigged it in about a day, so it keeps losing it. So I gotta try and see if maybe it's a problem with Sprout, or maybe it's a problem with the phone. But yeah, we got the iPhone, so I'll be able to do the live 2D tracking. Alright, I don't think we need you anymore. So I'm gonna put you away. Trying to stab a little bit up here. So I remember exactly where it is that we gotta go. So we're just making sticks at this point for the legs. What's preventing it from unraveling? So when you are using the little barbs, the barbs themselves, it's a lot of wool, but what it does is it actually will start to compact it. Chasing a kitten through the house, aw. No, when you start to compact it, it'll actually start to get really squishy, but also kind of core-like. So it's gonna be not very, how to put it? It's not gonna be very structurally sound, which is fine. We kind of don't want that. So it's actually going to support itself. So that's why I'm trying to make stick legs as opposed to like actually anatomical ones. Because as you can see, if I make the stick ones, I could kind of have them like going this way and kind of splayed out. So it'll actually be able to keep itself up because of gravity. So that's what we're kind of going for. But no, there's no wire at all in here. You could add wire. You would just have to snip through with a pair of scissors. Add wire through the ass, probably. And go all the way up. But, no, this is all just completely wool. Because it gives it more of, like, a rustic feel. And it's a little softer that way. So. Oh, and it ran. Oh, that's why. So there you go. So, no, this is all hand wool. I've got a whole bunch of it. Like, I don't know if you've seen my box. I've got a ton of core wool. This whole box is full. So it's just 100% natural roving core wool. And, it's a pretty big box. Hold on. It's a fairly large box. It's just completely full of it. There's so much of it. Got up behind the dresser. I usually just go and grab a can of tuna for them. That's what I typically do. No, we're going this way. There we go. Alright, you stay over there. Because the kids couldn't be quiet. Oh, well, yep, that'll do it. It's gotta be completely silent. They got locked outside. Oh, no. Oh, no. How do we all have, like, just random cats outside and just cats that we keep finding? Yeah, I know the kid's outside, but still. I mean, it's still roving. It's just probably going to take longer because these needles are dulling, but I can't get it. What's the purpose of this? Hi, Pex. So we are needle felting a little donkey. So we take all of this thin, wispy wool, and by stabbing it multiple times, you can actually start to make it into a shape, and then you can create stuff. Was playing with one of the shotguns. Oh, like one of the Nerf ones? So what we're currently doing is we're trying to make a little leg. And so what we're doing is you stab this multiple times. It takes a while, but there's all these little tiny barbs that you could kind of see the texture of as I rotate it. And it'll consistently rip and tear the wool. It just makes flashes and noise and no shooty. Yeah. Oh, I love kids. But what it'll do is it'll actually start to compact it, and it'll rip and tear all these little pieces together, and it'll start to felt down. It's similar to when you get, like, the felt sheets. Except what they do with these is they'll take a whole bunch of it, put it onto a conveyor, wet it down so that it gets really compacted, and then take thousands of needles all the way down and just keep stabbing it all in a row. So it'll compact it down into a sheet. So that's how you get felt wool. We're just doing this a little backwards where it's not already done. I'm doing the actual compacting with the needles. So that's why we're stabbing it over and over again. It's a long process, but also a nice therapeutic process. Because then it gives us the time to sit here and just kind of chat, too. Oh, chat, it's been an hour. Guess what? Hi, chat. How's it been? No, I hit the wrong one. Chat, I'm back. Chat, I'm no longer a donkey. Are you guys excited? I'm excited. Chat, I'm back. No more donkey. Chat, we're back to normal. Also, thank you. Everybody stretch. Chat, unshrimp. What do you mean, son of a... No, we said we're only gonna do like 2 donkeys per stream. It is on cooldown. Chat, I can't always be a donkey. Not all the time. Sometimes I've got to be normal. Listen, it takes a lot out of me. That's what you think. No. Don't worry, once it hits February, it's gonna be going. So you guys can get your fun now. This is my Halloween outfit, not the all-the-time outfit. That's how the frog one started, too. The PNG. And then chat would get excited, and then they could take off my hat, put on my hat, and then turn me into a frog. And now you guys are getting excited, because you guys can, you guys can't take off my hat, but you guys can turn me into a donkey now. It left the processing facility, then went back. How much you want to bet you owe, tariffs on it? Well, that happened to me for the charms that I ordered. It's us, is it? Oh, it's from Cali. Oh, God. That's even more confusing. But, no, I ordered some charms. And, so I'm in Ohio, right? And it got shipped from, I think it was, like, North Carolina-ish or somewhere like that. So, it got shipped from there. Okay? Relatively normal. Went to Tennessee. Went to Pennsylvania. Never made it to Ohio. Went back to a different part of Tennessee. Went to Kentucky. Went to South Carolina. And then back up to PA and then to Ohio. Still don't get it. And when it got to me, it was a different tracking number that was on the bag. I was so annoyed because I ordered from a certain company that a lot of our friends have merch through. And I just wanted 2 keychains. So I bought the keychains, right? I know, I was lucky I got it. It was such a mess. So I bought the keychains, right? I bought them 3 months previous, and they were like, yeah, it'll be like 30 days for this to come through. 3 months, and I finally contacted them on the 1st of last month, and I went, listen, I ordered these back in April. What's going on? And they ignored my email, but they finally shipped it. And then there was that, and I was like, I'm so over this. I was like, I'm never ordering from this place again. So chat, do some research before you sign with anyone for your merch. Do some research on how they do. And actually one of them that I ordered for their keychain for was blasting them on social media because it had been about 8 months since they got their own merch that they had ordered. And I was like, well, cool, that's great, because I just ordered your keychains. And she was like, well, thanks for ordering my keychains. You're gonna have to, like, yell at them, too. I was like, that's a little ridiculous. Like, this is your creator. This is one of your partnered creators. Who's a partnered streamer, too. So I was like, well, I guess I'm not going through them for merch, either. Alright, we're looking pretty good. We're starting to get a little bit of a shape. I just have to keep getting this a little thinner. And then what I think I want to do is I want to start wrapping this so it's going to be a little thicker, because this is really going to compress still. Actually, let me try and get this side, because this side's still very, very fluffy. We want pretty much no fluff for the most part. And as you can see, like, this spot is a little thinner than all the rest. So I'm trying to keep this moving as much as possible so that this is all pretty even. Alright, looking good. Looking good. We're getting there. And is now swatted at the screen. Good. Hi, cat. Hi, cat. Wait, hold on. Woo. Wait. So my cat really likes when when things fall down the screen, especially while playing Animal Crossing and stuff. Because he gets really confused. We actually had to mount the TV really high because he used to swat under it. So he would get really confused because, you know, like how in Animal Crossing there'll be, like, leaves falling and stuff? Oh, see, now it's gonna be missing. Now she's gonna be pissed. But you know how there's, like, leaves and cherry blossoms and stuff like that? The cat would get upset because he would start attacking under the TV. And I think that's why he started attacking cords. Because he would try and chase all the leaves because the leaves would just fall straight down. So you would go under the TV and start pawing at it, and back there was the cord. So I think he started to go like, oh, this cord is fun for me to attack, because they have to capture something after they're hunting, which is why I've seen a lot of people are recommending not to do laser pointers, because they can't physically catch something. Yeah, it tries to swat at the monitor. You see? Cats are smart. They're like, it has to go somewhere. Where does it go? No, his bird TV is the actual outside. He can see it from the kitchen window. So he likes sitting there and watching all the leaves fall right now. He's always a terror whenever the snow starts, because he tries to catch the flakes. Because we get really big flakes, so you can really see them. So it just gets him really frustrated, so then we have to actually play with him all winter. Otherwise it's just only snow, and he doesn't like that. Because he's not actually capturing anything. He's got to, ow! Let out his aggression. Alright, well there's number, what is that, 4? Ow. It's okay, I'm not bleeding. We're alright. Right? Ow, it just hurts. Yeah, no, I'm not bleeding. Chat, why am I hungry? I had a protein bar. Okay. That's, I think, pretty decent. What I want to try doing is I want to get some more wispy wool, and I want to flatten it out. And I want to start rotating it around so that we could kind of thicken this up a little bit. Because apparently play aggression time. I told you. I know, we taught the cat how to play with fingers too. I know you're not supposed to, but we did. But he also doesn't see children ever. So he's not about to bite any kids or anything, thankfully. He only bites us. It's okay, he's a very good cat otherwise. So all of that inner stuff is gonna still get compacted because we're stabbing this all the way through. So even though that wasn't done yet, it's kind of like leaving your pasta al dente. I'm just trying to get a thicker... I'm going to try and move this up a little bit too so we could get some towards the top. Just 1 HP of damage. Oh. He knows not to use his claws. Fortunately, he just bites. AWS shit the bed? Which one's AWS? Oh, Amazon Web Services? Well, that's probably why Twitch was all fucky this entire time. And there's still intermittent outages. Oh, great. Chat, if the stream goes down, sorry. Which is even better because everyone was off at TwitchCon. Which I know a couple of years ago I had talked to Callie about potentially going to. But I think that's a little too expensive for me. Busy getting assaulted. Oh, boy. I got a number of things about that, but I'm also talking from, like, a convention runner's standpoint. So I don't think there's really anything that I could really add to it that people wouldn't be pissed off about. Because unfortunately, a lot of my stuff is from, like, you know, from a convention running standpoint as opposed to, like, a Twitch platform standpoint. And I don't think a lot of people would appreciate my opinions. So it's back to my recommendation of, when there's drama and stuff, are you really going to add anything to the situation, or will people just get mad at you? And I think people would just get mad at me. You like dried squid? No one likes your opinion. I like dried squid! Leave the dried squid alone. When I went on vacation, I convinced my roommate's family to eat dried squid with me, and a lot of them liked it. They showed the lacking of both. Yeah, it's true. I don't like pilk. That's mousy. The lack of staffing is a number of different things. It's, one, the fact that TwitchCon is typically supposed to be their own staff for the most point. They don't really get volunteers or anything like that, so they're already kind of, at least in my opinion, always going to face that. Similar to how, like, a lot of other conventions are. Even the ones that do have a lot of volunteers on staff. I do know of some conventions nearby, that I may or may not have worked for at a certain point that are very, very popular ones. I don't know if he got arrested. That's also dependent on whether or not there were charges pressed. Yeah, because you can't just arrest someone unless the victim obviously says something and then has to go through and do a whole thing, especially from so far away. It's a little harder because oftentimes you have to go in and you have to do a whole bunch of paperwork, you have to do all of this, and especially while on vacation, it's a little harder to do because you're doing it you know, to the point where you have to keep going back, so sometimes it's not actually... Yeah, it's like he showed his VTuber tips and that's it. And I mean, Twitch technically didn't have to do that. There's technically no really ruling on that. They just issued a random ban because the guy was also in his right to not give his Twitch username. You know, because there's also the expectation where, you know, they were talking about the fact... Hi, Armor! They were talking about the fact that, like, it's dependent on how it is that you have your audience to. I am Free of the Donkey, yeah. We're only doing it 2 times a stream now, I think. But, you know, then there's still, like, people can watch on YouTube, or, you know, they can still see clips and stuff like that. So even if they're banned from the Twitch stream, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not able to interact, they're not able to, you know, continue watching or anything like that. So that's my issue with that. The problem with the arrest stuff is sometimes it's not worth it because there's a number of things that go on with things like that. Because one, I don't think that she's in that area, so anytime that she would have to go and give statements or anything like that, she has to travel all the way back because you have to do that in person. Because my roommate had that happen. When he got robbed, not this roommate, it was a previous roommate back in Cleveland. When he got robbed, he was actually robbed in East Cleveland. We didn't live in East Cleveland. We technically lived, because we were a street away, in the jurisdiction of University Heights / Cleveland Heights. So it was a totally different police station, and he didn't drive, he took the bus. So in order for him, because it was so late at night, he had to wait for someone to go and drive him all the way into East Cleveland where the crime actually occurred. So he had to go in, and meanwhile, this was like 17 hours later from the actual crime itself. So there really wasn't much that he could do about it. He put in the police report, and they were like, yeah, it's not like we're going to find the guys or anything like that. But it has to be where it is that happened. So if, let's say, for example, I go over there and I live in Ohio, I can't put everything in here in Ohio. I'd have to go back and forth to California. I can't call them. I have to be in person. So that's also an aspect. So sometimes if it's things like that, like even when I got hit by a car when I was living in Florida, and I called it in and I reported it, he's like, yeah, I'm not even going to make you come in. He's like, I'll give you the police report, but there's really not much we could do. He's like, if you want to pursue this further, you have to come into the station. And I was like, no, I don't feel like doing that. So that's part of it. And also that they're at the mercy of the convention location as well, because they have their own rules and regulations and stuff like that that they have to follow. So there has to be, you know, so many volunteers, so much stuff going on. There has to be like certain rules that they have to follow in response to some stuff. So that's why I know there's some conventions that have very interesting, how to put it, very interesting responses to certain events. It's because, one, if there's too many problems that occur there, it is within their right that they could say, you guys are not allowed back next year. Because then that becomes a liability on them. They can also say, hey, we want to kind of sweep this under the rug from our standpoint because it could get us in trouble as well. And that it has like a certain image that they have to uphold. So they're kind of at the mercy of the location as well for certain things too. Which sucks, because it's a lot of red tape that you don't know about because we don't know what their contract is with the actual convention center. Because I've been at a couple of them. The one that I used to work for, someone kept calling in fake ambulance calls. They kept calling 911, and so they kept getting ambulances sent over They were faking that, like, people were freaking out, somebody was very sick, because for some reason there was, like, some weird... It's so hard to describe. There was some weird animosity from another convention, and everybody was convinced that it was the other convention trying to drive them out of business because it was their very first year. And it was even worse because I was running security at the time. So I was having to deal with this at all hours. I was like, I just want to take a break. I couldn't. I was on 24/7 because they were just calling at all hours, being like, someone's having a panic attack. Please send an ambulance. So the next year they weren't allowed back at that same hotel because they had like 6 ambulances called on them. So they actually destroyed the contract because you can only get either, I think it's like a 5-year contract, sometimes 10, but more frequently it's year by year with these places. Oh, chat, apparently we're watching Binging with Babish. Isn't this the song? Oh my god, I never realized it was a chill hop thing. So I guess that's my problem with it. It sucks that it happened, and they could have done a lot more, and they could have petitioned and said, hey, we need a lot more security for instances like these. And they should have been like, hey, we need to hire actual security for all of this, but it depends on whatever the convention center says. Yeah, we're talking about that one, because chat wanted my opinion. Kind of. But that's all that I can really offer on that, is that there's a lot more things going on in the background than we actually know too much about, so... What's also really bad is there's been a lot of people coming out that have been very performative recently, and I've been seeing that, especially on social media, is people that are like, oh, I'm gonna boycott Twitch as a result of this, and I'm never gonna do anything with them again, and then 3 hours later, they've gone live on Twitch. Or people saying how bad the situation is, and then immediately going back live. Or victim blaming in the same breath. That's also kind of adding fuel to the fire, too. He is exposing lies in the official statement. I've got a lot of opinions on Dan Clancy, personally, and none of them are well. That, I'm gonna pull those in, and it's not gonna be just about that. And, I am unfortunately on this platform, so I can't say too much. That could potentially get me in trouble. I think he's a very weird guy. I think he is a little outside of his element. I think he doesn't know a lot of good marketing. He doesn't know really how to carry himself. He should definitely have like a Twitch approved account for showing off different features and stuff. I don't think any convention center would push back on that. Yes and no. I know that I could speak from my experience that, one of the conventions that I have seen the contract for, I cannot say which one, and I cannot obviously say which convention center or what event it was for. They were not allowed to have police presence there for assistance. That also meant that members of my security team, the next goal is at 1,400, members of my security team were not allowed to look as if they were cosplaying as any kind of, like, SWAT or cops or anything like that. So we made that a blanket rule as well, because we did actually have one member of our security team who showed up in full desert camo holding 3 obviously orange-tipped weapons, but it kind of incites a panic when you see these people kind of walking up to you, especially when they have a badge on them that states that they are security. It looks a certain way, and it looks very, yeah, it's visible confusion. Especially because you already have a lot of cosplayers wandering around. What KyuuKuro is this? This is when I used to work for a bunch of conventions. I used to work for a whole bunch of anime conventions. It looks a certain way and it causes like an actual panic with some attendees and stuff, and it just does not look very good. There were some conventions at the time that would just do something as simple as having like a red armband on, but obviously that has its own connotations as well. That then a lot of them actually started getting rid of that altogether, and they just only had them have a security badge. So they got in trouble for that one from the convention itself, because then, you know, there are still regular people that go to these too. There are still regular-ass people, or they are still a hotel which is operating, that they then called the police. I was a convention manager, yeah. I've done a lot of things. I was also a professional cosplayer. Thankfully, I got out of that pretty quickly before a lot of the, stuff was going down. With, a lot of people switching over to Patreon and stuff. I mean, like, get that bag, but I also didn't want that expectation of me. So no, they had, regular people that were just calling the cops consistently, saying that there were people wandering around with, like, weapons and stuff. Welcome back. That was also the time that I had to break up an orgy in a hallway by a whole bunch of Naruto cosplayers, so that was awkward. Conventions are weird. I beg your pardon. Listen. Yeah, it was in a public-ass hallway, so we got in trouble for that as well. So we had to get more patrols. I actually had to start taking gophers. Because there's, like, different levels of staff. Do they have food? I don't know. But, there's different levels of staff. There's, like, your main, like, convention runners, your department heads, your, directors and stuff like that. They're all here. Then you have, like, your regular volunteers. These are people that, like, sign up ahead of time. They tell you if there's, like, a particular department they want to go at. They get comped badges because of it. They might have some stuff they have to do before the convention. They might have to do, like, charity stuff beforehand and things like that. Then you have gophers. These are people that just kind of walk in the day of, and they might be, like, on a Friday, and they're like, hey, I have nothing to do. There's no panels I want to see. I want to try and get my badge comped. So what they'll do is they'll work for a certain amount of time, and then they get their money back for their badge from these people, from the directors. So they answer directly to these guys, but they didn't have any of the previous stuff. They didn't have any of the previous training. They get kind of trained there on the spot. They didn't do anything before the con. They just show up. If they work for, like, I think it's like 10 hours sometimes, then they get their entire badge comped, and then they don't have to pay for anything, but then we pay them back. So I had to start pulling random-ass gophers who were not trained, and I'd be like, how long are you here for? 3 hours? Great, I need you to stand here. I need you to stand here. I need you to stand here. Just stand here and look important. Don't do anything, just stand there. What is this insane system? That's just how it was. To kill time between panels. I mean, it's a good thing to do, and it's a good way to kind of test and see if you would like to do more stuff for conventions, because for me, personally, I think it was a lot of fun. You know, I liked getting to hang out with different people. I liked getting to kind of run some things. I want to say, pretty good at it. I mean, at one point, I was running an HR. And I knew all 220 people that had signed up on staff, and every time that I would talk to them, I knew exactly which department they were, and I knew exactly who they reported to, and I knew exactly, like, sometimes I actually knew their emails, too, because we had emailed back and forth. And I would just look at them, and I'd be like, oh, you're so-and-so, and they're like, oh my god, you remember me? And they would actually like that, and they would actually come to me more frequently. Because they're not just, like, a number, they're an actual person, so... How I am with spreadsheets, I know. Yeah, sometimes it is just deterrence. Sometimes it's just, you know, like, have them just stand there. Because then oftentimes, even if it was something that was worse, then they could actually go and find somebody that was a higher level of staff if they needed as well. So sometimes it's even just, hey, you get to stand here for a couple of hours. Or, hey, you get to sit here in a chair for an hour and just check panels. Because then they got to check, whenever you're walking into a panel room, they got to check the badge. And then if it's 18 plus, obviously they have to check IDs and stuff too. Like that anybody can kind of do. And I mean, even if it's a fake ID, I could still show that there was a certain level of attempt. If it's just like an 18 plus panel versus like alcohol. Because we never had liquor licenses or anything like that, so... Obviously, we weren't in charge of that. That's up to the restaurants and stuff that were at some of these places. Like, we didn't have to go that far. Like, if you're sneaking into an 18-plus panel with a fake ID, I mean, like, what do you want me to do with that? So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that we don't know about. So, I take that into consideration, but I also don't like how everyone's been like, oh, I'm gonna boycott Twitch because of this, and then they immediately go live on Twitch. Like, at least if you're gonna incite that kind of stuff, then I would actually follow through with it, because if that's what you're aiming for, then actually do so. I mean, maybe that's my opinion. Twitch isn't great, and I wish there was somewhere else to go, but as of right now, this is where I am. So, they're at least hired or informed. Yeah, like, give me job, I work now. Yeah, Rumble. I'm going to Mixer, guys. That sounds great, right? Guys, I'm going to Mixer. Guys, I'll go to Facebook Gaming. Facebook Gaming, what, shuts down in November? Is it November or is it December? So, it absolutely sucks. It's a terrible situation, and I wish that the convention didn't prevent private security, because that could also be a insurance nightmare. Because you do have to get your own separate insurance. So not only does the convention center have their own insurance, but if you're over a certain amount of attendees, you also have to get your own insurance. So then you have two different insurances working with each other that it just gets to be a nightmare. Time for a break. I just took a break, but chat, for the rest of you guys, if you guys have been here for the entire 3 hours, make sure you guys are taking a break. Get up, stretch, fill your water. All the insurance contracts that I saw were pretty decent. I mean, I just don't know about the insurance for otherwise. No failure actually disrupted its spot. I mean, so about my plushie. I know, I gotta start working on those. I gotta start working on those. I started writing them all down. That's why I was like, oh, I know I have to remind you to email me. It's not a physical plushie, it's just a drawing of a plushie. I don't know, I was debating at one point making it where, like, I make you guys maybe something and I send it over, but then I was like, that might be a little bit of too much work for me. And then I don't know about the logistics of that for people that are overseas versus, am I allowed to do that with some of these patterns that I don't actually own? Alright, looking pretty good. See, we got a little bit of a leg. So we'll keep this up here as kind of like the hind leg in the back. So if I do this, see, we got a pretty decent size. I might be able to actually shorten this a little bit more, too. So what is the plushie? So this is a donkey. This is a donkey Needlefelt. But I think the plushie that Minecraft is talking about is, we're also doing these. So for a $60 donation, I'm doing a plushie reactive. You know, like a little Fugi. It looks like, hold on, looks like this. Hold on. Hold on. Here. Here. Where's Pira's? I've done 2 of them so far. I've got to do the other ones. I was supposed to do them on Saturday, and then we ended up having a 9-hour stream. So. These ones. So it's like the little VTuber dolls that I make, but in a little reactive. So, it's got all the mouths and everything, too. So it can all change. So you could use it as a little, official reactive. So I made a base a little while ago. And I figured, I was like, I'm not gonna sell these. So, you guys could trade them for charity. So I think they're really cute. Do I have peppers as well? Hold on. Do I have peppers in here? Hold on. Yeah, I do. See? And then I made pepper. So we got all little mouths and everything, too. And I added little bubbles for when deafened. But yeah, they look like little plushies, and I added all the stitching and everything, too. And then you could always choose what color buttons, or if you want button eyes, or if you want, like, embroidered or something like that. Oh, my hat wiggles? Yeah, it does. I wonder if I make it an NFT. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You will get nothing out of it. I'm not that cool. Not that cool. Alright, let's see. Yeah, a whole 4 cents. Congratulations. So proud. 7.7 cents in 3 years. Okay. So, we've got a little bit of a hind leg. It's a little tall. I wonder if I could shorten this a little bit. Like this is outrageously tall. How big should the legs be? Let's say in comparison to my thumb. So it should be about the size of the neck, so we're a little too tall. No, it'll be worth negative. Like, have you seen my art? My art is not that great. I know, where they were saying that, like, entire governments were going to be based off of Bitcoin, too. I like how even the song is saying, yeah. Alright, trying to make this a little shorter. So I'm just shoving this back down in here. So what that's going to do is it's going to make the core a little thicker. And that's actually going to shorten all of this as well. Alright, that's a little shorter. That actually might be better. Let's see, in comparison... Oh yeah, that's much shorter. There we go. That is much shorter and much easier to deal with. Yeah, I think some countries are actually moving away from it now, too. I think I'm not going to add hooves to the bottom of this. I think I'm just going to wrap it with the color. I feel like that might also make this a little easier. Alright, crunch down just a little more. I'm also trying not to squish this as we keep going, because what that's going to do is that's actually going to flatten this more. Alright, so this is all the extra. I'm going to keep most of this like this, because what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use this to create more of a hind leg and actually attach this. So that's why we kept all of this pretty much raw up here. How much of a pain it is. It's long and tedious. Ha ha ha. It's very time consuming, but it's also kind of nice at the same time because it's just stabbing. So I don't want to say there's not a lot of skill involved, but it's as much skill as you want it to be. Like, people are going to be happy if you got something like this that's just like a block. Like a blocky texture. Alright. Now let's shove this on. What's also really nice is because this is a 3 needle, it's actually cutting it in half of like how much time this would be. Because this is about a third of the time because I'm just stabbing it over and over. I am great at stabbing, I indeed am. See? Look at that. Not too bad. But that's why I'm using all this extra, so it's gonna look more like the hind leg. Become counterproductive. When you're trying to do fine details, so for example, this nose and stuff, you actually want to do this with a single needle because you want to stab it in. Otherwise, you're gonna make a triangle. And because you're trying to make lines with the mouth and stuff, you want it to only be a single needle. So that this will actually have like a full line going all the way straight down. If it was 3 needles, because it has to be in like a triangle shape, you're not going to be able to make an actual... You're not going to be able to make an actual line with that. So that's... It's a lot of the detailing work. For initial construction, yes, the 3 needle is great. For details, usually single or maybe double if you're lucky. But I was not going to get another tool just for a double, when all I have to do is just take out one of these. So I can actually take out all 3 of these and unhook them, and then I could just have 2, because it's just a triangle. Also, there's crap in there. So then I could have a line, but it's just 2 needles. But I can't actually undo this. I don't know why it's jammed, but I'll leave it. That's not my problem right now. My problem right now is to make the leg for the donkey. So that's not bad. That was like an hour for the leg, maybe, at most. So I should be able to make the other one. And then we'll have the hind legs done. Water time, chat. Everybody drink water. Not coffee. Not pop. Drink water. Oh, my roommate got root beer. So roommate had root beer floats, and I was like, I kind of want one. Tea's close enough? No, water. Leaf water instead of bean water. No, just straight up. Drink frying oil. Oh my god. Guys. So I'm trying to keep this moving too. I'm trying to actually keep as much of this getting stabbed as possible. Because I don't want it to have little lines everywhere. As you can kind of see, there's a little bit of one over here on the actual ass. So I'm trying to stab it inward a little bit instead of only going at it at one angle, and that'll prevent a lot of that. You know, you could drink a sound. What, water sound? Oh, pop. I always called it pop. I don't know why. I think that's just a, an area thing. And my roommate says soda, and so he gets mad at me. But I think that might also be a family thing, too. Because a lot of the people in my family are from the old country. So I think the shorter the words, I think the better they're with, too. Oh, I say butter? Not butter. Butter? I have a very Midwest accent. No, pop for me is very Midwest, not really Northern. Although I guess that would be kind of Northern, isn't it? But I'm in very North Ohio, too. Not like Cincinnati. Cincinnati tries to pretend that they're Southern and they talk with a Southern accent, even though they're not actually the South. And then we'll get mad if you don't also talk in a Southern accent and assume you're just being rude to them. In comparison to Texas, true. I think Florida is technically the most south you could get, right? All the way in the bottom of the panhandle. Bottom of the actual, like, Keys, right? Or is it actually the little tiny part of Texas? I'd have to look at a map. But when I lived in Florida, I lived in the Panhandle area, around near Pensacola. So is it the Keys that's the most southern? Well, there you go. Alright, we're slowly getting there. Slowly attaching this. I've got to, like, crunch all of this down. I'm trying to keep my thumb out of there. I might have to add some more wool, because there is a little bit of a line here. But all of this is still pretty fluffy, and obviously we don't want that. But it is going to actually give it some more of that, that hind bit that we were trying to make earlier. Alright, looking pretty good. Yeah, looks like a leg. Let me see if I can kind of push this back a little bit. And from underneath, kind of form this down. Because I want to try and get in here. And get some more of this adhered to the underside of the body. You've got a blue sky? I think the experience with it is definitely better than Twitter. As someone that had been on Twitter for almost like 10 years. Twitter's kind of become a little bit of a cesspool where I wasn't getting really much traction on anything. Whereas Blue Sky, I actually have the opportunity to pay attention to what people are saying and what our friends are posting. Discoverability isn't great. So if you're not looking for that, but you're looking for the ability to talk to people more one-on-one, I'd recommend it. But you do have to have a whole bunch of feeds and stuff. Like, you can't just hop on and get a whole bunch of stuff curated to you immediately right off the rip. You kind of have to go and, like, search for things that you like. So, such as I, you know, added the Discovery tab for VTubing. I joined a whole bunch of starter lists for a while. I followed a bunch of random VTubers. I followed other people that my friends were following and stuff like that. And then I turned off DMs on there. Now, I don't have a lot of the crummy DMs. Typically because of that. But, as far as I know, I think they're less than you would normally get on Twitter, but you still get them. So it depends on what your experience is that you're looking for. For me, it's a lot more indie VTubers rather than, like, the big name ones or the corpo ones. Corpo ones are pretty much only on Twitter for the most part. To post art stuff. I would say either there or getting a card. Twitter, unfortunately, a lot of people will use it to kind of AI, you know, generate or use it as, training stuff, which was why I left it, and I took all of my, my plushie stuff off of there. Ethically, I just couldn't be there anymore. So for me, it was kind of like, I need to move. So if you don't have to, but you already don't really have a following, you can kind of pick and choose what's more important to you. I think people have been reporting that, like, the click-through rate on Blue Sky with less followers is at par or better than what's going on Twitter with more people. Mastodon's a little difficult to get a hold of, so I wouldn't recommend it unless you're really smart and you really want to sit down and, like, really learn it. For me, Blue Sky is just like, oh, just kind of learn it slowly as you go and it's fine. But yeah, you can use tags. Tags actually work on there and stuff like that. So, I mean, I recommend it, but you can look at some of the other ones. Pillow Fort, I signed up for, but I didn't really get a lot with. But that one's specifically art one. But then at the same time, if you're going there and everyone's an artist, then everyone's an artist. But Blue Sky has its own problems and stuff. Like, they've been complaining about their, response to certain things, so it's just pretty much pick your poison. Pick your poison. If people like you enough, they'll kind of follow you. But, people will notice things pretty much anywhere. So. I think it's pretty decent. I mean, you could probably decide within, like, a couple hundred followers whether you like it or not. And then, I mean, honestly, it's not that difficult to switch to something else. I would not recommend Instagram either, because Instagram also is using art and images for AI purposes. And it's also connected to Facebook, too. But I know some people were saying that one for a while. I'm sorry, I'm very anti-AI. Sorry, Pyrrha. Besides Pyrrha and Scuff, because Scuff is, like, ethically made. A lot of those ones are not. Alright, we got a little bit of a butt going on. I might have to fix this line a little bit later, but I'll leave it for now. Yeah, let's try and make the other leg. This is gonna be a very tall donkey. I could, if I really wanted to, probably chop this off. Because I think we could probably go to here and it would actually be fine. I'll think about it. Maybe if we want to make him a little shorter, but we gotta make all the other legs anyway. Because it could be that all of the legs are different sizes and we just gotta kind of even them out. Yeah, we'll make the other legs first. You're right, this is a little easier this way. Because then maybe all the other ones will be shorter, and then I can follow that one. Alright, other leg time. Let's go. So we're gonna do this again, where I'm gonna make the base core up here. How far up do we need to go on this one? I need to go to at least about here. Okay. Oh yeah, that you can't opt out of things. I know that's why DeviantArt started falling apart too. And unfortunately, there's a lot of artists that have since passed away that aren't actually able to opt in or out, so... Let's see if I could kind of twirl this to kind of make this a little easier. So we got some more surface area to kind of adhere to. See, Chad, isn't this fun? It's so chill. I'd highly recommend it. It really doesn't have a very high learning curve. It's mainly in the shapes. But you can buy kits and stuff that already have the needles and stuff. It's a gentle stab, though. But some of the kits will also come with, it's not like this felt pad, but it's like a little styrofoam one. So you could stab into that, too. There's quite a few of them I know that you can get on Etsy. I dislike children. Why are they still freaking out the cat? How many times we stab ourselves? You get used to it. You kind of pay attention to where your fingers are. You kind of understand that there's talking about One Piece stuff. Oh. Yeah, no. I hate to say it like this, and I know that I just put out a document recently from when we had the streamer roundtable of some of my recommendations and stuff. As in you gain the ability. Yeah, you kind of... You keep your fingers at a certain distance, and you just naturally remember to stab here. So, for example, you could see, whenever I go to stab something, I know to keep my wrist in such a way that it's not going to get anywhere near my fingers. Like, look at where it goes. Why you have to read the spoiler you just dropped? Oh my god. I love people. But yeah, you get kind of used to it. You always know where your fingers are. So you always know to keep them back here and to stab over here. Plus, what's really nice is when you have tails like this, you could keep your fingers here and you can use that to pivot. So if I'm stabbing here, I won't do it here. But, what was I saying? Oh, with that document... It's screwed with people's senses. Well, I also have a lot of problems with, whatchamacallit. I have a lot of problems with... Just bait him into it. Oh my god. Don't cause problems you don't need to be in. I have a lot of issues with, like, depth perception and things like that. So I don't do well with a lot of things that I don't want to say normal, neurotypical people can kind of do. I kind of have to do it my own way. Like when I'm even like cutting things, I have to hold it like this. Because even when I'm using a pencil, if you notice, I have to use 4 fingers. This one does nothing. This one's the weight. And then this one's the one that actually does everything. So if I'm writing, it's like this. So this one does literally nothing. I never learned how to properly hold a pencil because I couldn't. Or even when I'm doing chopsticks, I have to hold them all the way up here and I kind of pluck it. I warned them if it was a spoiler. There's spoiler tags! Why not use the spoiler tag? So anyway, it's a lot of me learning how to do different things that other people are able to do that I can't. Like, you can't dangle that type of info. At least he used the tags. I'll take that. That's only half an asshole. Only half. What was I saying? What was I saying before this, chat? I lost it. What was I saying? Oh, that document! I wrote that whole thing up, and part of it was the fact that I don't... For a guy who's just getting started, oh my god. Now that's just an asshole. All you have to say is just, you'll see. Smiley face. Like, that's kind of a spoiler in and of itself, but not that spoilery. There we go. Yeah. See, we're getting there somewhere. Right? Wasn't that it? Hold on, I gotta go all the way back. Oh, DMs, that's what it is. I don't keep myself accessible to everybody. And, it's keeping my peace, which is kind of nice. I do miss out on a lot of things. Like, a lot of people will message me and they'll be like, hey, I want to collab, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. And I'm like, hey, I understand that. I cannot cater to literally everybody. You know? You have the opportunity to just kind of send me an email. Or you can go into a public thing and be like, hey, I want to do this. Like... Or you could send me a message through Twitch so that I could report you on Twitch, you know, if you do something stupid. Because I've had that happen a couple of times. You know, like, it's all done for a purpose. It kind of creeps the crap out of my thing of like, hey, I'm an artist. You know, can you commission me? Like, no, I really can't right now. Yeah, but I got really cheap rates. Yeah, but I could do that as well. Like, I've got a list of people that I'm already commissioning, and unfortunately, either I don't like your art style, or it's just not what I'm looking for, or I'm already happy with what I've got in respects to what it is that you do versus what I could do versus what I already have set up. I'm not going to do it again. You know, just because you contacted me. Or, yeah, or it's AI slop, or sometimes it's people that are like, hey, we should collab, and then they never talk to you again. Or they just go, hey, it activates a fight or flight for me because of my health issues. I can't deal with a lot of the normal stress that normal people are able to in a relatively healthy fashion. It instead wigs me out. So I try to keep as inaccessible as possible. But I still have an email. Like, if it's actually something that's important enough, send me an email. Is it annoying? Sure. But then are you gonna just send me, hey, and then I have to have like a 20-minute conversation with you? I don't want to have a 20-minute conversation with you. Just get straight to the point. If you just email me, hey, I'm gonna mark it as spam. Sorry. Like, you took the time... Yeah, you took the time to copy and paste my email for something business related, and all you send me is, hey, I'm not dealing with that. Well, but then it's like the 20-minute conversation where it's like, hey, I see that you're doing this. Can we do this? Or, you know, what about this? Or what about this? Why do we have to go back and forth? Yeah. If it's a business-related thing, just give me everything at once so I don't have to go back and forth and I have to give you, like, a one-word answer in between. I don't know. I guess I hold myself to, like, a certain amount of, like, professionalism, too, with some of this stuff. Like, if it's a professional type of thing, then I would want it to be as professional as possible. I want there to be, like, a time. I want there to be a format. I want there to be a, what's the occasion? What's this for? What's this? If you're messaging me and going, hey, I'm running this charity thing. I'm running this charity thing, but I don't know when I'm doing it, and I don't know what time I'm doing it, and I don't know what we're going to be doing it for, but I want to do something for charity. Okay, well, I'm not helping you with that. Give me the details. I'll be there at the time and place. Thanks. And then I'll do that. I guess that's also because I've had people in the past that have messaged me and been like, hey, I want to set this up. Can you message people for me? And I'm like, no, I'm not. That's not my job, right? Chat, in your professional opinion, for those of you guys that are streamers, or streamer adjacent, or have set things up, how do you take it if somebody goes, hey, I want to do this event. Can you go and set up all of the event? and message everyone and see if they're available. Ark, I swear to God. Like, that seems wrong, right? If it's a collab, if it's something else, if it's... Here's a group, here's this. Yeah, like, you should have, hey, we're doing this on this day at this time. Or, hey, I got 3 different times for you to choose from. Let's vote and let's see what's available. Like, that's more professional, right? I got scammed before? Oh, God. Or it's like, yeah, I don't know when we're doing it. When's good for you? Hey, I want to do it sometime this weekend. Okay, when? Well, I'm free whenever. My gaming group does that, and that pisses me off to no end. I love my gaming group so much, but there's a couple of people that like aren't available all the time. Or there's one that's like, yeah, I'm just free whenever. Have as an emote, hey, absolutely not. Although we are gonna do the emote stream on Wednesday, so chat, you guys should start giving me your ideas on emotes that we should add. And I'll be making them on Wednesday. But like, have them be like actually useful emotes that we know that we'll use like frequently. Like, let's not have like a Satisfactory related emote. Or a Morrowind related emote. Because then I'm just gonna have to replace it later. Or we're only gonna use it maybe once out of 6 months. Yeah, we have to play Morrowind. Chat hit 200 concurrent subs a little while ago. So, next month we're actually starting Morrowind. I've never played through it before. So it's gonna be a time. But yes, I've absolutely had people message me and be like... Put like this and it just says, hey. Oh my god, no. We already are gonna get like a hello emote. And a wave emote. And all of those, so... I don't think we also need a hey. Because that's the other problem is like, what emotes do we need versus we already have? Of like, do I need an emote that's kind of like a triple dip? Like, I know I got to fill emotes, but I'm sure we got more. We're not getting them in donkey form. We're getting a single donkey emote, and that's it. That is not my branding, and I am not doing any of that. The wife made it for you. Oh. No, I make all my own emotes for the most part. There's a couple of them that I've recently commissioned. Or I commissioned people to rig for me. Cease is still the best. I do like Cease. But see what I mean? Like, I wouldn't go through and do, like, a no emote when we already have Cease. Or, like, a stop emote. Or yell or scream. Like, we've got Cease. I think it covers all of those for the most part. Alright, we're starting to get a little bit more of the core for the other leg. Let's see how we are in terms of size. Have fun lurking. Okay, so yeah, we don't have to go up too high. But not kiss a homie. No, I don't have kiss a homie. I don't really kiss people. I'm kind of as ace as you could be. If that's the case, I'll just get the better TTV actual kiss a homie emote. Where can I submit them? You could just tell me them and then I'm writing them down. Or be here on Wednesday. I have to make a donkey emote anyway, so I think we'll start out with that on Wednesday. Comes back, they could just use their imagination. Oh my god. The internet was a mistake. Yep, Wednesday that is. I know, that is tomorrow for you. But, I think it's also gonna be, depending on what other people want, too. Because, like, don't come in with, like, 20 suggestions. That's a lot. I don't think I could do all of that. And not, like, oh, here's one that's a variant of this, that's a variant of this. Because I've already got a whole bunch of emotes that I've already made. There should be an age requirement for the internet. Yeah, but then you gotta deal with, scanning your ID and stuff, which if I have to scan my ID and anything. Yeah, if you have 20 suggestions, send an email. Contact my business email. Because then I could just delete it. Because I delete all my emails once they're done. I will just say no, and then just delete it. Okay, so we're going up to about, like, here, I think it is. So, let's see if I could start wrapping more wool around this so we can get it to about the same thickness as the other leg. Okay. I also don't want only donkey emotes, I'm gonna be honest, because we are not donkey themed. I do not care what you guys say. This is a fun joke, but we're not donkeys. And it cannot be Rimworld, because if there's an issue, and I have to replace all of my emotes because they're all Rimworld related, because I get a DMCA or something. I guess that's why I steer clear from, like, themed emotes, like Pokemon and stuff like that. Because Nintendo is well within their right to contact me at any point and say, you have to get rid of that. Like, is it worth it to come after me? No. But would they come after me? I mean, they could. I know, we're gonna be getting rid of Charmander. That's why we have literally the one and no others. And, he's gonna be leaving in February. Yeah. See, chat? Slowly but surely. We're gonna get this thick enough. I'm just kind of gently putting as much of this right now as possible as we keep rolling it up. I also don't really want a lot of inside jokes as our emotes, too, because I want you guys to be able to use it elsewhere. And if it's, like, the biting the leg one, if it's, like, fighting a donkey one, if it's a random donkey one, here's another donkey one. Like, it's not... You're not going to be able to use that elsewhere. It kind of, stagnates your emotes to not really be useful. Because, like, the cookie one. I love the cookie one. The cookie one's going to be retiring. The Blaharj one is very likely also going to be retiring as well. That was just a temporary emote. And, I don't know if IKEA would be very happy about having one of those as an emote. I'm trying to look out for myself, chat. I could very easily get sued for some of these. Because I'm 90% sure there's copyrights on all of these. Alright, we're just going to start going all the way around in a circle. I'm just going to keep moving this. Very quickly, very carefully. This should be enough wispy wool for now, but let's see. I'm also trying to put a little bit more into this core. We might have to add more. We've at least got most of it on. Yeah. Chad, I still really want to play Stardew. I blame Ren. So let me crack all my fingers. Sorry. They give off the same vibe and emotion. Oh. My other issue is for those ones, not to call them out or anything, I could barely tell what they were from this size. I'm also very particular with my emotes. And they have to look really good when they are, how to put it, zoomed out. Because I always picture everybody on mobile. Or on a tiny zoomed out monitor like I am. Like, I have a very large monitor. I don't zoom this any way, shape, or form. So it's got to look good at all sizes for me. That's probably a holdover from my high school art classes. Because my teacher would be like, do the distance test with everything that I ever said. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, that's got to look good when it's tiny. It's got to look good when it's big. And that's all up to, like, some really good shadows and stuff. Like, I always think of NS's. Like, it's just a cat with a little money thing. Or it's just a cat that's just smiling. Or it's a cat with a thumbs up. Like... So now I have to stop. Just... That's why I said just leave it be. Just let people be dumb. I don't know, I've also adopted as I keep getting older and older is just to not keep sticking my neck into a lot of things. Which is also why I don't join a lot of Discords and stuff. So I have less opportunity to put my neck into things. Chad, I swear, this is gonna fluff down so nicely. And actually, now we're getting a lot of surface area. Because it is so much thicker that it's actually punching down a little bit better, too. See, we're starting to get some holes and stuff. Because I banned them from my stream. Oh my god. People are weird. Oh my god, I was talking with Patch about the dude that sent me the email. I sent all of that over. Apparently that person no longer has any mods, so thankfully they're not going around and randomly adding people as mods anymore. Alright, very carefully doing that so I don't actually stab my fingers. That would not be good. Chad, I'm sorry I'm very opinionated on a lot of things. That's my Q rant. I'm very opinionated on a lot of different things. And it's to not get involved in a lot of things that I shouldn't. I couldn't chat during a collab. I also tend to only collab with people that I know will have the other person banned, too. We don't really ban a lot of people here, either. A lot of people either just kind of move on, or they kind of take themselves out. Which I think is kind of nice for me. Because there's been a couple of people that have gotten mad at me for either not being readily accessible to them 24/7, or because I refused to make a collab for them. And I just said, listen, don't message me anymore. And, they just kind of removed themselves from everything. I never said they had to leave. I never said they had to stop watching other people. I never said they had to leave the Discord. I never said they had to leave any of this. And then they just kind of took themselves out. And I was like, okay, if that's what you want to do. I don't know, maybe I was just too mean with that one. But I think I just get to a point sometimes where I'm like, the amount of stress is not worth it. Chat, one day I will be able to manage my stress. Today's not that day, and I recognize that. I recognize that, so I try and limit the amount of stressors that I have as much as possible. Whether that be through not having people messaging me, or not streaming on certain days. Or streaming the things that I know will be fun versus the things that'll just annoy me. I'll just TM the actual mods, oh my god. Yeah, or like you just don't want to talk to someone. There's a couple of times where people will get mad at me because I turn off my phone so that no one can message me on my birthday. Because I don't like the happy birthday messages because they know that I do not celebrate it, and they get offended because I don't celebrate my birthday. And then they get offended that I'm not accessible 24/7. Yet I look at them and I'm like, I'm available 364 other days out of the year. What's the problem? You haven't messaged me on 364 days out of the year. So why are you mad that I'm not available on my birthday? Why not message me the day before or the day after? Or why not send it? I'll still get it when I turn my phone back on. What's wrong with me turning off my phone? What is the emergency that you'll need me for? Why does that offend you? Yep, okay, cool. So I only have to go up here. That still bothers me. That's an IRL friend of mine that gets upset with me. That's like, I can't believe you turn off your phone. I can't believe that you would do that. That's such a horrible thing that you would do. Why? What? Chad, it's no secret. I don't like my birthday. They've known this about me for years. Last year, they were bitching and complaining to other friends that I turn off my phone, and no one defended me. I'm like, why? What's the problem? What are you gonna message me about that you wouldn't message me? Especially considering that this person doesn't even message me normally. They contact me through other people. Or they send a group DM. Which sometimes I also don't get around to immediately. Why is that not a problem? Why is it just the days that I turn off my phone? I still don't get it. And that stresses me out that I can't stress you out. I know. Like, I can't fulfill my societal obligation. I gotta go delete my Facebook. That's what I did many years ago. There's nobody that I need to contact that doesn't already have my phone number that, you know, could take the time to actually send me a message. Or hell, send me an email. Am I an awful person for that? Probably. But like, you have my phone number. Give me 30 minutes, I'll have forgotten about it. No, I deleted mine a while ago, after some privacy concerns. I was like, is it worth it for me to keep this? And I looked back, and I was looking through all the messages, and I was like, do I need this person to really contact me? And I was like, this person has my phone number. This person has this. This person can text me. This person can call me. I was like, what am I even keeping this for? Was it just to stalk other people that I went to high school with? That is that healthy? And I went, that's probably not healthy. I was like, I'm getting rid of this. Now, unfortunately, there's a lot of businesses and stuff, especially around here for some reason, that only have Facebooks and they only post their events and stuff on Facebook, and I'm like, I guess I'm not doing that. Like, there's somebody that started working on, like, a Ren fair near me, and I used to work at a Ren fair, and I was like, oh, this would be great. I was like, I'd like to volunteer, so I went to their website, and their website thing doesn't work. And I was like, well... I haven't logged in for 5 years. Then I'd have to add my mom. No, I told my mom, I was like, I don't have social media anymore, sorry. If you want to actually talk to me, you have to actually talk to me and call me. Or text me. And she did not like that very much. Yeah, a lot of conventions have Facebook pages. Yeah, Mom, send me an email. She has my email, she just can't figure it out. She calls me every month or two and be like, how do I send something over an email? How do I attach a picture? Mom, do you remember when you used to put pictures on top of stacks of paper with a paper clip? Think of the paper clip every time you do that. Think of it. It's a letter and you're attaching a picture to it. Hit the damn paper clip. No, next month. Same thing. How do I attach an email? How do I attach a picture to an email? Alright, we're starting to get some core here. I'm trying to stab it a little deeper so we could try and get it a little bit more formed, because as you can see, it's still pretty fluffy. It's still pretty thick. Well, I tried doing written instructions. My mom either loses it or she just won't do it anyway, and instead she'll just call me anyway. So, my mom also is a very large stressor, unfortunately, so... Now she has to deal with it on her own. Ow! Was that a bad one, or was that just a little one? It's a little bit of a pinprick, but it's not bad. Chat, we're fine. Hey, while I'm looking at this, chat, if you guys didn't see, there's the donation link. If you guys are able to, it's really greatly appreciated if you guys are able to donate. Chat, for $10, you guys get a Discord role, ironically enough. It doesn't do anything, you just get a cool role. For $20, I have to make you guys a profile picture. For $40, you guys get a nice thank you card that'll be sent to your email at the end of the month. It'll have the total. It'll have a personalized message for you. I might draw doodles on them, but I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. So I don't want to go promising that. It isn't bad. It's just, it's a little pinprick one. Come on, stop. I just don't want it all over my gloves. Because I have to use these for multiple sewing things, so I'd hate to make something for somebody and have blood on it. I just gotta wait. So, chat, there's that. And also, at $60, I will make you guys a little Your Character Here plushie thing. Which is a ton of fun. So you guys could use it as a Fugi reactive. Pepper was saying to, try and use it as like a veto tube thing, which is entirely up to you guys. And then for $100, you guys can restart the stream and we'll keep going. But chat, we're about, what is that, $75 away from the cake stream. So I'm very excited. We did also get the payout from the donation matching, so thank you, Pyrrha. I really appreciate it. My response would just be Chapter 8, Section 3. Oh my god. Alright, looking good. Alright, chat, I have stopped bleeding. See? Just a little stab. It's fine. They're really not that dangerous as much as you'd think. I don't see anything on here. I'm just trying to clean them off. No, there's nothing on it. Thankfully, most of the glove got it. Did I actually stab through the glove too? Let me see. No, no holes or anything. We're fine. See? Not too bad. Not too bad, chat. We're fine. We could go back to work. And see, chat, it was a nice little commercial break where I could talk about the charity. Chat, I think the majority of you guys are going to be very excited once Charity Month is over. Not only for the fact that then you guys don't have to see me every day, but that I don't have to keep talking about charity stuff every hour. Until next year, chat. Although, I was looking into doing some other stuff with other people, so I'm very excited about that. Maybe for some other stuff, but for me not hosting it or not doing an entire month for it. But I really enjoy Gamers Outreach. I think they're a very great organization, and I know for me personally it would have been very great for like my family and stuff. So I'm very glad to work with them and stuff, and especially bringing me back after 3 years. So apparently I did nothing wrong last year, so I'm very happy about that. And chat, we get to do some fun stuff too. We get to do some spooky stuff, we get to do some wacky stuff, we get to do themed days. We started Stardew. Alright, this is definitely getting more filled. Is this about the same thickness? Yeah, it's about the same thickness. It's gonna keep compacting too as I keep going over, so it's gonna be a little bit before we get to the next one, I think. That's not bad. It's like an hour per leg. So maybe we'll be able to finish it, and maybe maybe for next week's stream, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll go through and we'll add all the colors and have it just be a shorter stream. Or we have it be a dual stream where I, instead of doing it in front of the computer, do it over at the sewing machine, and then we could start sewing something. Don't know. We'll figure it out, chat. Right, it goes up to here. Yeah. Goes up to here, and then here's going to be the hind leg. So we're going to kind of pull this apart a little bit. And then this is all going to get wrapped over here. Have fun with cookies. Oh, I want cookies. Oh, I want cookies. Oh, that sounds nice. I just really like food. I think that's my problem. Oh, chat, should I have tacos? Ooh, tacos. Ooh. I think I want tacos today, maybe. Food is good. Or I can have the big vegetable lasagna. Alright, we're compacting a little bit more. Because how firm? Fairly firm. We gotta keep going. Just a little bit more. Alright, we're gonna do the same thing again, but a little safer this time. kind of crunch this down a little bit. Kind of give it a little bit of a flat edge. But I've also got to thin this out a little bit more too. So I'm just going to keep rolling it back and forth. Now that we've kind of got this sort of shape, so we got kind of like a little cigarette going on. So I gotta just keep rotating it. Trying to get creative. So my hand doesn't cramp up, because otherwise I gotta keep holding this. But we also don't want it to get stuck, and we don't want this to go flat or anything like that either. Just a lot of stabbing. But, yeah, we're starting to get there. So now we need from here over. There we go. That's fairly thick enough. So let's see about attaching this. So this should be about the same size. So I'm going to very carefully stab this in a couple of spots so that this will hold it into place. And then I should be able to attach this hind leg. Going back here to match like the other one. Oh, why'd you fall? No, come back. I think I might need the longer pins, but... yeah, you gotta move up a little bit. Nope. Back here? No. Let's try this again. So let's try and instead do it like we did the other one, where I kind of smush it down a little bit. Back here. Instead of just straight up attaching it. So we can kind of get this to stick to itself. Because it's not wanting to stay put. So let's kind of make the hind quarter here. Okay. Alright, there we go. That worked. So stab 1. Stab 2. I'm going to kind of hold this down a little bit too to give it a little bit of extra stability just with my finger. So I'm going to be very careful while I'm stabbing this so I don't stab my finger. But if I could just get this to kind of stick down a little bit here, then I should be able to remove my fingers. Because now this should be attached a little bit better. There we go. Alright, there we go. We got 2 legs. So now let's fully attach this. Just gonna smush this down just a little. Also, chat, thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. It's been about 4 hours. If any of you guys gotta go, I completely understand. But we'll be here for a little bit longer. I at least want to finish the legs. I might be able to get the tail as well, but the front leg should be a little bit easier because I don't have to leave this top bit at the top. So it should be just little sticks. With like a little bit of attachment. So those ones will be very easy to do, and then we'll do the tail. If we get this done in a reasonable amount of time, I think I should be able to add the color to it. Yeah, look at those legs. I might have to add a little bit here. Because as you can see, it's kind of folding a little weird. And now it's got a little bit of a gap. So let me take a little bit extra wool. I'm just going to kind of bunch it, and I'm just going to shove it here. Did that just... Oh, okay, I was like, did that just end? No, we're good. It was just the song. There we go. Alright, stab all the way through. If I do this, then the back of this should actually start to stick to the body as well. So it'll give it some extra stability when trying to stand. And then I'll do the same thing earlier as peeling back this leg a little bit so that I can actually get into this spot here and attach it properly. But see, there was a little bit of a gap here, so I added all this extra roving wool. Looks like there's a little bit here, too. Hold on. When in doubt, just a couple of wisps. It's not a lot. Just a little bit. But because it's such a thin amount, thankfully it won't actually leave any lines or anything like that, as long as I kind of alternate which way all of this is going. And because it's also thin enough, I don't really have to stab it as much, too. Trying to get a little bit here in the crotch area. Okay. Got a little bit more core going on. Here's some more of the butt, because there's some wisps over here, so I'm trying to grab it around here. So I'm trying to twirl it in such a way that it'll kind of grab a little bit of it. Just kind of snag it, and then we could just kind of smooth it down. Okay. Alright. I'm going to pivot this a little bit this way, because some of this needs to be smoothed in to the top. How are we looking? Not too bad. Got a little bit of a butt going on. This leg is definitely longer than the other one. How to fix that? Let me see if I could kind of shove this down a little bit. There we go. Okay, so now we got two different legs. So now that should actually fix the short problem, because I have it going that way instead. Let's kind of smooth this down right about here. There we go. Oh, chat, there we go. Now we got 2 legs. We got 2 hind legs. And it should actually stand at a pretty reasonable distance because I have the one going forward and the one going back. We're just gonna have to figure out what the hell to do with the 2 front stick legs to actually have that also follow the same pattern too. Now, we've got a little bit of a line here. So what I think I want to do is I want to add a little bit to kind of cover this up and see if we can kind of smooth it out a little. Because obviously we don't want too much of that. Just kind of fan this out a little bit in some spots. Just gonna smooth it very carefully. And I'm actually going to put some of this into the other leg, too. Just to really smooth this as well, because I'm already using this anyway. Okay. And then same thing up here. And because we've actually added this in too, it's also going to give some more structural to it. Because now we've got a couple of pieces of wool going one way and a couple of the other way. So we're kind of layering. So now this leg definitely is not coming off. This is going to be a very tall donkey. Chat, this is going to be a very tall creature. Chad, he can't even fit on the camera right now. I might definitely have to shorten the legs. I think I'll probably chop it later. Maybe to, like, here. Yeah, we'll leave it for now. We'll leave it for now. Let's go ahead and start the other 2 legs. Chad, he's not looking too bad. He's not looking too bad. I'm actually kind of proud of him. Alright, 2 other stick legs. Oh my god, I still have so much wool, chat. I don't know if you can tell, but there's like... There's still a whole ball of it in here. Hold on. Chat, there's so much of it. Oh, and there's also a big bunch at the bottom. Maybe I'll use the big bunch. Can I actually wrap this back around itself? God, it's so pretty, though. It's so pretty and it's so soft. So we got 2 bunches here. Let me see if I can rewrap this. Because I've been kind of pulling at it. Let's see. Alright, there we go. That's better. See what I mean? There's so much. It's so soft. This was a very soft sheep. Okay, leg time. I would like to pet the actual sheep, because if this is how soft it is, he must be even softer. Oh, some of this is a little crummy. Is this me? No, I think this is just the bottom of the barrel. Let me see if I can kind of cover this. Let's see, chat. I think I want to make shorter legs. I don't want to waste all my time having to chop these as well. Also, my butt is starting to hurt. I hate this damn chair. Chad, I'm gonna get a new chair at some point. Maybe I'll just get a shack chair. A little cheaper than the Herman Miller. Okay. Oh, thank God. I just thought that just came across on the mic. Sorry, I just cracked my neck. I know it's not good for you. Chat, unshrimp time. Stretch a little bit, unshrimp. Pop your back. Sit all the way back. Okay, that's a little better. That feels infinitely better. Chad, I feel reinvigorated. I also did not sleep well last night. I don't know what's been going on. I don't know if it's because of the weather change. I don't know if it's because the cat decided to sleep with me. I don't know what it was. But that's also not been helping. Chat, you get 2 more full weeks with me, and then I'm taking a 3-day vacation. We'll be back to business as usual. I'm also excited because Halloween's on a Friday this year. I still gotta see if people are available for Friday's stuff. See if I can kind of put this together just a little. I'm trying to just move it and kind of really rip it. Getting it all the way down instead of just at the bottom. What's my plan? I don't know. I was talking with Pyrrha. I don't know what we're gonna play, but at 6 p.m. apparently is Halloween trick-or-treating. So I want to go out and see all the kids. I like giving them all the extra stuffed animals and the bats and stuff. I think that's what my bats have just slowly become over time, is just pass out for Halloween because I don't sell them anymore. So I'm hoping next year will be a lot of fun where, now because I won't have as many commissions, that it could just be like, if I just feel like making a bat, I'm just going to make a bat. Because I've kind of missed actually enjoying sewing a little bit. I think that's also my issue, is sometimes where I kind of turn a hobby into a job, I don't enjoy it anymore. So this whole year was really nice because I didn't have to do any bookkeeping or anything for it. I just, whatever I had is what I had, and that was it. I didn't order more fabric. I didn't have to keep up with trends. I didn't have to open commissions and deal with people. I didn't have to ship anything. Oh, it was so nice. Because I opened my shop back in 2020. So it had been a while. Is this white? I think this is white. I think this is different. I think that goes over there. Yeah, this is cream. I think I just have some random wool that I just threw in there. Is this white? No, I think that's the same. Oh, this is a different wool entirely as well. Because it's a different quality. It's more plasticky. It's not as soft. So I can't tell. Maybe this is also white? Hold on. I'm gonna... Is that white? I think that's a different color. I think that's white. I don't think that's the roving wool. Yeah, I think this is a different color. Whoops. I must have just shoved that in there. Yeah, no, that's something totally different. That's too plasticky. Huh, weird. Alright, well, back to work. I was gonna wrap some around this middle bit, because for some reason it's really thin, so I must have just not put as much. So we're gonna do the stab and then rotate method again. And kind of slowly incorporate that in. Chad, I kind of wish I was as smart as Astro. And, because I don't know if you guys have seen, Astro's been, playing other things to watch while working on art stuff. And I was like, man, I should do that at some point. You know what I still didn't do? That. It's just us, chat. It's just us and then Chill Hop. Although, then I get to talk to you guys, so it's kind of a nice time, too. And I don't know, sometimes I like talking. But, we're on the 20th day, chat. My jaw's been hurting. To have a villain arc? Oh, what? And have me, stream even more? Well, because it would be... I was planning on going until, like, 4. $100 for 8 hours. Well, I was planning on going until 4, so what would that be? 6 hours total, so it'd be another 6 hours, so what would that be? Till 8? So it wouldn't be 8 hours total. What is that, like 10? I mean, I can't stop you. Yeah, we're co-working. We're co-working. Yeah. I was thinking about doing a stream like that with the Pomodoro thing, and then I don't have to talk. But I feel like that kind of doesn't match my vibe, you know? Where I yap and stuff. And then I wouldn't really get to talk to you guys, because we'd have to just keep working straight through it. I don't know, maybe we'll try it at one point, see if we like it, and go from there. I don't know, that's not my brand of, like, entertainment, per se. For me, that's like, I have to work, and I won't even be anywhere near here, normally. I think other people might do it better than I would. Wouldn't be able to do it justice for me. I think I almost just hit my finger. Again. Alright, we're getting there. How's the sizing on this one? Alright, this one's a little better. Still pretty thick, but we're gonna thin it out, but the sizing is definitely a little better. So, let's go ahead and, one, we're gonna shorten this a little. Although, I guess if we have to have another really long stream, I guess that means I get sushi again, so I guess it's not all bad, is it? And that means then we get a cake stream, too, soon. Chat, more cake. More cake. This time I'm gonna make it into a better one. Maybe I'll do a sheet cake this time, so it'll be easier to do the bat. What am I stuck to? How am I stuck to? I got stuck to a little piece of wool. What? How? I think it was my nail. Some of my nails are chipping, so that's why I had to recover them. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer until they're longer. Haha. And then I'm gonna shave them down. The problem is this one that I broke is still shorter than all the rest. You can kind of tell if I do like this. It's like a couple of millimeters shorter. So I'm very upset that I snapped it. Alright, good stabbing. Good stabbing. But yeah, I'm only gonna go up to here this time. I don't need as much for, like, the hind legs and stuff, so that's why this is a lot shorter this time, too. This is really relaxing, too. Just a nice little fun craft. I'm also hoping that as we go to add colors and stuff, it'll also start to form a little bit more of a core as well. Because we've got to add the gray and we've got to add the black and I think little bits of white too. Okay, alright, a little bit more cigar shaped. Okay. What if I just do like this? I'm trying to change up how I'm doing this as well. Oh, my arm is starting to hurt, though. Alright, looking good. Looking good. I'm also not going to be able to get these, like, too full and, like, stick-like as well. So they're always going to have a little bit of a push to it. Alright, let's see if we could kind of rotate this. Put this down, crunch it. Because this isn't as thick as the body needs to be. These are literally just little legs. And I am starting to get the holes in it already. Sorry, my model's all wigging out. Why? Why are you not pitching forward? Why is it not pitching forward as much? That's weird. What if I reset again? Hold on. There we go. That's better. It was still set to donkey. That's the other problem, too, is that there's different, like, I think points that it's trying to hit for when picturing where all of your facial features are supposed to be. Plus, I'm also dealing with the fact that I have no eyebrows. If you guys don't remember, I was doing this with my cousin when we were practicing or trying to see how the laptop would do. I have no eyebrows. I have like the half eyebrows. So mine stop halfway across my eyes. So he thought it would be funny, so he came up from behind me and he used his fingers as eyebrows, and it actually worked better. So he was like, maybe you have to sit there and draw your eyebrows every time. I was like, I don't think I want to do that. He's like, maybe you have to draw on eyebrows. And I was like, I really don't want to do my eyebrows every time that I want to stream. So we just gotta deal with the emotions that I get. So sometimes I'm just really excited, or sometimes I'm really sad for no reason, or I'm just really smiley. That's just because of the eyebrows picking it up finally. So now I'm like widening it and nothing's happening, but if I go all the way down. Nothing's happening. I don't know why. But other times I'm like really wide-eyed all the time, like this. Because I open my eyes a little bit more. Don't know why, chat. I think it's the eyebrows. It's like experimental too for auto emotions and stuff. Man, I don't know how the hell that's gonna work for me in live 2D. Because I think I gotta control all my emotions, right, chat? I think it depends on how Riley rigs it. Alright, a little bit more core. I could probably thicken this a little bit more. In a couple of spots. But like right here especially. It's always thinks I'm angry or sad. You know what? Yeah, that sounds about right. It's just the auto emotions. They're working on it. I gotta also try and set up Sprout apparently as well. And then I think I have to go get Wardo as well. Oh, it's gonna be a lot. Alright, looking pretty good. This is most definitely another stick. So let's see if I go to attach this. It's a little thinner, which is fine because typically those ones are going to be a thinner bit of a leg, but yeah, this might work. So let's try putting this on. Now I don't have to worry about anything like a hind leg or anything like that, so I can actually kind of like spray this out a little bit. Because we don't need to worry about anything like little lines or anything. This is just going to kind of go into the torso. And then we'll trail this up the neck as well. Just to make sure that this is like really adhered. Plus it's so thin and wispy, it's just gonna kind of fold in super quick. As you can see, literally all of that just disappeared. Just like that. And we could even wrap it around the back of the neck, too. Just trying to smooth this a little bit. There we go. Alright, and then let's go ahead and let's stab through the body on the other side. Hi, Riley! That is definitely the sound of a donkey. Can I be honest? Don't really pay attention to donkey sounds either. Oh, there we go! We're starting to get a little bit of a stand. Okay, he's gonna be a very tall donkey. But let's stab all the way through. You did in fact that one on Saturday. Oh, that's right. How was the rest of your babysitting adventure? Your neighbors have donkeys? Oh, God. It was good. No more attack by the basset hound. Let's see if I could kind of shove this down a little bit. Okay. So there's a little bit of attachment that we need right here, because right now it's not really staying. They're tier perfection. See, that's the thing, is in RimWorld, they don't do any of that. In real life, I know that they're very useful creatures. My problem was, when this whole thing started, was that they're useless in RimWorld. I said this several times. The cat untied the knitting project! You know what? Sounds like a cat. I think that's why I want to learn how to knit, because I think that'd be nice just to sit on the couch. Hi, Twerk. We're needle felting. Thanks, I just did it this morning. It's a black crelly with red flakes in it. Because my stuff fell off. The horse was pissed. So he has special treats. Oh. Yeah, we were talking about my mom tried to teach me how to crochet, but I couldn't figure it out, so I just kept making a crochet chain, but I couldn't do anything else. Grabbed the yarn and ran off with it! Oh my god. Twerk, when are you guys doing the fishing thing today? When is that? I'm curious, when is that? Nope, I don't want to hear myself, shut up. When is your guys' gone fishing stream? Also, chat, now's a good time. While we're sitting here, go drop a follow for Riley, Twerk, and Ender. And Sura, all of our streamer friends. And then Mousie's actually live with Clover Pit right now, and is going to be live with Twerk doing Gone Fishing soon. They're like my stream annoyance. I wouldn't say mascot. I'd say the bats are still the mascot for me. See, that's what I mean. It's my stream annoyance. I'm not making them the mascot. I'm just doing some donkey-related things. Yeah, chat chose the donkey, but I don't agree with that one. What do we think? I gotta pull him down here. See, we got a little nose. I gotta put it down here. We got the face. You can actually see there's the eye socket right there. We got the ears. They kind of come to this little point. And now we got a little leg. Comes in with the unkillable rhino. See, I wish we could have rallied around the rhino instead. Why did it have to be the goddamn donkey? Anything that annoys Q. Oh my god. I think that's what it's ultimately coming down to, is that you guys just really liked the donkey. I think the donkey is just a thing that exists. For me. Alright, we got some more legs. One more. Yeah, in an alternate timeline, these are all just rhinos. Can we name it Clementine? Oh my god, sure. We'll name it Clem. So this is Clem the donkey. The needle-felted donkey. And Curse is my name. Well, see, sometimes Twitch doesn't actually put all of them. We talked about that. Like, I got the one for Beth's stream, but I didn't get the one for Moo's. And then when you did it again later, I got the one for both of them. So I don't know why Twitch sometimes just decides to drop the notification. There we go. We got little short, gangly little legs. Look at these legs. I think this might actually stand, even if the legs are uneven, actually. Oh, chat, and then all we'll have to do is just make the thing. Oh yeah, I'm surprised too. We were talking about that earlier. Let me see if I can make the tail really quick, because it's only supposed to go about halfway down. So I think if I do like this, I think we should be good. It's just gonna be a quick little one. Also about wanting to ban children from the internet, that's true. We've been having a lot of talks here today, which is great. You too. Let's see. Oh, chat, I could show you now. Wait, hold on, chat. I could show you now because they got sent over. Chat, you gotta see what I did for Riley. Me and Mousy got together. And we made things. We worked on this. Chat. Do you remember how I made little wedding mice? I made ducks. Yeah, I can show that off now. Look at the duck. Chat, I made little ducks. I made little ducks. You dropped your phone, I'm so sorry. Oh, man. Chat, I've been making more stuff. No, I technically didn't announce it. Oh, stop. Technically you did. I just said they were wedding ducks. For what purpose? I don't know. They're ducks. They got sent over. Children should be out running in the wild, in the forest, in the fields. Oh my god. But chat, I sent those over. I could finally show them off. I'm so excited. I gotta make a official post at some point. I didn't get any professional pictures of them though, because I've been slacking on everything. So I don't jinx it. Ah, yeah, I got it. This has been like the month of bad luck for a lot of people. I don't know what the hell's going on. You got risers coming in? Ooh. No, I think I'm just gonna do little teeny tiny shelves for like $1. And then just put all my figures on them, because they're not that deep, so if I could just put a whole bunch of them on my walls. Because these ones are just the cheap ones. These are the cheap ones, like the Band Prestos. Searching for 5 years, oh my god. Do you have a professional camera for the ducks? If not, I've got regular pictures. I took pictures of all of them. So I could send them all to Mousy. I have to set up my entire light box and then put it onto a riser so that while I'm sitting on the floor, it's a little bit higher than I am, so I don't have to get down. Sometimes I have to army crawl to take the pictures. It's kind of annoying if it's too low, but sometimes I have to anyway if I want like a low down shot, because I don't have any space anywhere else to take them. As a side hustle! That is a good side hustle. Listen, I don't know how to take professional pictures. And it figures that cost more than the display case. Oh god, no. I'd be freaked out having those. But, no, I got handed this camera. I talked about this, when was this? When we did the ghost thing? Because I have a friend of mine who's super ADHD. And, I love her to death. I take like 200. Yo, same. I take like hundreds of pictures. I take hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the same thing, and then I pick out like 2 of them. But no, she got really into professional photography, went and did one event, and then stopped using the camera and only started using her phone. And so I said, hey, can I borrow your camera sometime so I could take some pictures of some of my, Oh my god, yeah, I can't load Lightroom. I actually have to go through and I have to delete some of them off the camera first because I just get like 3,000 of them and I'm like, there's no way this is gonna import. But she got she got the camera for the one event. Used it for the one event. The following year, decided she was just gonna use her phone. And so I said, hey, can I borrow it so I could take some pictures of a couple of the bats I was gonna list for sale. And so she brings out the bag and she puts it in my hands and she goes, here, it's yours now. And I was like, no, I don't want it. I was like, I'm gonna bring it back. She's like, no, you don't understand. I do not want it. She's like, when I go to do that event again, she's like, maybe I'll borrow it, but she's like, I do not want it. And this is like a $1,300 camera with the, with one of the close-up lenses and one of the zoom lenses. So I know she spent a pretty penny. A shitty iPhone 10. Oh my god. It's like when people do that at, weddings and stuff. Yeah, you need a bouncer for your, photography stuff. But, I'm always the type. Even the women are massive! Oh my god. My, I like going to, different, like, vacations and stuff and using it. For, friends of mine and stuff. And then I'll just always take candids. I don't know why, I just really like candid shots. I don't like anything else. I like things in the moment. I don't do, like... Like, Mousie's wedding pictures were okay. I think I probably could have done better. Because all the waitresses were scared to hang up. Oh my god. One of my cousins used to work at a Chinese restaurant, so it was really cute. Because at the time I was working at a video game place. And so she'd bring her kids to come see me and I would give them free stuff. And obviously because Cleveland's very, very small, you know, everyone kind of knows each other. Like all the time. So, I'd be standing up there, and there'd be, like, this guy standing there, and he's like, why do I recognize her? And I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's the one that works over there. I'm like, that's my cousin. And he's like, wait, that's your cousin? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, then wait, do you know so-and-so? And I'm like, yeah, that's my other cousin. You know, like, truly Cleveland in a nutshell. Everyone just always knows each other. Because they get real excited. Because obviously, we're pretty European white. And, they're like, oh my god, I want her so she can actually understand my order. And it was super cute. Because, a lot of the people that she would work with, they would teach her Chinese. So, at one point, her oldest son called me, because, they were actually teaching him Chinese while she's sitting there working. And so he would call me and he would start singing to me happy birthday in Chinese, so I kept it. It's on my voicemail. I too am the one holding the big knife. Oh, man. But it was really cute and really sweet. And I was like, oh, it's cultures coming together. He got so excited. So, he sang it for me on a voicemail all these years ago, and I still have it. I think he was probably like 8 then. He just turned 19, I think. I've had this voicemail over multiple phones. I also have the time that Snooze called me while he was stationed overseas. I have that because he was out of it. He he wanted me to know that he was okay, because he wasn't supposed to be coming back. He was supposed to be on a mission for a very long time and completely without service. So all of a sudden he calls me and he's like, hey, I just want to let you know. And I was like, what the fuck? I couldn't understand him and he's yelling at me. And he's like, why are you not picking up the fucking phone, Q, you piece of shit? And I'm like, what the fuck? Turns out he was really high on painkillers. And so I just have 2 voicemails, because it stopped halfway through, too. So he called me back from a different number, because obviously he's stationed. It can't be, like, a permanent, like, number, so he had to get another one tethered, and he calls me back, and he's like, why do you have a shit voicemail that won't record my entire message, you cunt? And I was like, what the fuck is this? Snooze is my favorite, so I kept it. Because then every so often when I'm not feeling real down, I'm like, you know what? I need Snooze to yell at me, and it's just, oh, you fucking cunt! Why don't you have a good fucking voicemail? Why did it cut me off halfway through? I can't believe it. Why aren't you picking up for me, you bitch? And then he would send me Snapchats afterwards, because he had to use a cane for a while, and he went to go smoke, so he went out one of the back doors, but it locked behind him. So he's like, oh, this door can't stop me, so he took a Snapchat of it, and he sent me the door, and then he comes back, and he's like, oh, fuck, I got locked out. So he took another Snapchat of that, and then he goes back all the way around, but there's stairs, and he's like, oh, fuck, my one and only weakness with my cane. And he had to go down the stairs, and he was so pissed. This is my Snooze is my favorite. It was like a whole series. Oh, this is great. I get to go smoking. Oh, fuck, stairs. Oh my god. He also one time sent a Snapchat, where he was sending, I can't remember what it was. I'll never remember it, because I didn't really care about that. I looked at it closely. He had very sneakily undone his fly while taking a picture of something on the table, and he stuck his thumb through his fly. I was like, Snooze, what the fuck? And then, to everybody else in the gaming group, he actually just sent a dick pic. He was kind to me. He only sent his thumb. Everybody else got a full-on dick pic. Snooze is a fucking national treasure. A fucking treasure. There's no other way to describe this guy. I just, all of these years, and I'm just like, yeah, he just sends dick pics out. He called me and yelled at me over voicemail. He was fighting with stairs. I know Fart will tell you, Proton will tell you, Sir will tell you. A fucking treasure. The stairs was so fucking funny. It was so goddamn funny. Alright, let's see if I can attach this. So this is the tail, so you might notice it's actually a little shorter. That's because we're gonna add the wisps of wool later, which is actually gonna make it go a little longer. And we only want it to go about halfway down the leg. So let's see if I could kind of sneakily attach this. Chat, we might have a tail. I do want this to kind of look like there's a little bit of a tail, though, at first, so I don't want to spread this out just yet. Because it does at a certain point, it just kind of appears along the spine. So I want to kind of keep that line just a little bit until we actually properly hit the spine, then splay this out. And then I can add more wool to the sides to kind of even it out a little bit more. There we go. Alright, let's see if I could smooth this in as we keep going. Chat, then we just have one leg and then we're done. And then we could just add all the colors. We might actually finish this today. Maybe I'll go till 5 if all it is just adding the color. Because that's not going to take too long because it's going to be similar to this where I'm just like putting little bits of it. And we're going to see some of the white underneath. I don't think I'm going to have enough to like really cover. I might have to order some gray. Sorry, my cheek was itchy. I have been so itchy. My allergies have been so mad with all the rain. I don't know why. Normally it's the other way around. Normally they're happier, but apparently not now. Alright, smoothing this out. Chat, we got the ass of the ass. I also want to see if I could kind of shove this down too. So it's a little bit more of a gradual hump. We've already kind of got that over here, just a little bit. And then I want to try and really attach this. But I want to go at it from an angle so it kind of keeps its elongated shape on the actual tail. Let's do this on the other side too. Try not to lose the shape on the other side, so we'll go a little softer. And then this kind of moved it, so hold on, let me move this so I can see it from above. Sorry, this is a little easier when I could see it from the top down. Okay. Chat, I think we have a tail. Chat, we have a tail and it is attached. Actually, I could turn that off now. There we go. Chat, we have a tail. It kind of goes into the spine itself. It's got a little bit of a line over here. So I may try and fix that a little bit. But that might also be the leg too. Let me see if I could kind of smooth that out by going at it from the side a little bit. Kind of form that down a little. Alright, that's a little better. There's still a slight line, but it's not as bad. Meanwhile, this one needs to get smoothed out this way. Because right now, his rump is a little off-center. Chat, there we go. We got a tail. Let's see if I can kind of smooth this tail out a little bit too. There we go. Chat, we got tail. I think I've got to smooth this outside a little bit more. I might have to add some extra wool here, but I want to see how that does with the color first. Because we may not need to, because the color is going to cover most of this too. It is a donkey. Hi, Proton. It's a donkey very slowly. But it is. It's got ears, it's got the tail, and it's got 3 legs. I gotta give it 1 more leg. And Riley has decided this thing's name is Clementine. What do you mean what happened to the legs? I think I'm gonna shorten the legs. But I'm not sure yet. Why are they so long? I was thinking about shortening them to about here. Hey, some donkeys are pretty tall. But I want to try and do all the legs first, so I could see what size I have to even them all out to. Because I could just trim this. No, they ain't. There's a couple of them that are. I can also shove all of this back in, too. So, but let's make the other leg really quick. Because we got 1 left. No, they ain't. No, I was looking at some pictures of them. But no, I think I am going to make the legs a little shorter, because then I can make the tail a little longer. Yeah, are you a donkey expert? Got unbanned and rejoined the server, so I left. Oh my god. Sometimes it's just not worth it. Slowly fixing this. Alright. Other leg time. Let's see. I'm gonna need more wool. There we go. That should be enough. I'm a donkey enthusiast. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna wrap this up really quick. I'm gonna do this so you guys can kind of see, because now it's starting to get darker. Alright, back to square one. Chat, if you have not had the opportunity to, now's a good time to take the time to take a look at our donation stuff. We're currently about $73 away. No, 75? $75 away. Although there's a whole bunch of cents too. 74.76. What is that technique? Which one? This one for stabbing? So I like rolling mine and stabbing because it's a little bit easier. Because if I roll it a little bit more, then I could do this. And I could kind of piece it together. So any of these extra little wads and stuff, they'll kind of go like this. Oh, this is needle felting. So you know how you can do wet felting with a whole bunch of roving wool? And you can take needles multiple times and stab it to make a sheet. And then you cut it. So this is all sheep wool. So what they'll do is they could do a wet technique where they wet it, it compacts, and then you stab it, and what it does is these little needles that you see at the end here, they're barbed. And what it does is these little barbs will actually tear, rip at it, and it'll actually compact it and make it really thin. And so that's how you get these really thin sheets of wool. You can also, with those... also stab this multiple times, but you can actually make shapes. So that's what all of this is. So this is all just wool. Like pounds and pounds of wool just stabbed over and over again. Yeah, that's how felt is made. But you could also do it to the point where you compact it till it becomes a really tough core, and you can make shapes. It takes a while, but you can. Yeah, today you learned. So yeah, this was all just... Hold on, I'll even pull it over here. So I got this whole box. It's natural core roving wool. And it's this big-ass thing of just sheep wool. And it's pretty thick. So it's just sheets and sheets of this. Just rolled up, so this is probably like an entire sheep. Just completely cleaned, washed, really nicely, finely like brushed out. So there you go. So this is how your socks and stuff are made too, is you puncture it a whole bunch of times until it becomes the threads that then you can spin. Yeah, I'm basically hand-making felt, but in 3D shapes. So these little tiny barbs, I'm just stabbing thousands and thousands of times. Yeah, in the shape of a donkey. So we've just been stabbing for the past 2 weeks, thousands and thousands of times. It takes a while, but it'll compact as you keep going. And you can make shapes. So currently we're making the other leg. So yes, we're making another donkey. Yeah, we did it last Monday and now this Monday. I'm hoping we might be able to be done today. All I have left is this leg, and then we can take all of this other wool and use it to color. Although I think this is like purple. Oh no, this is brown. So see, same thing. But I'm gonna drape this over it and pull it apart. We're gonna kind of color it from there. Because this is just crummy roving wool, so we'll just be able to put this over it and stab it on. And change all the colors, because we've already got the basic shape. But yeah, I've got some grays. I've got black. I've got white. I don't. This was for the iPhone. The only other donkey-related thing I have is when the chair is fundraised, I think. I didn't have any other donkey things for the subathon. So once this donkey thing is done, we're done with donkeys for a while. Until that chair's done. And then that's gonna be, chat gets to pick all the colors of the donkey, and then we'll raffle it off and somebody gets it. No, that is an expensive chair. We're doing charity stuff. Ha, charity. We're doing charity stuff this month. I come closer and closer to ordering it. What, the Herman Miller or the Shack chair? Honestly, at this rate, if this chair keeps continuing, I might just have to do the Shack chair. Personally. I'm not gonna have the fundage anytime soon with my medical bills to put anything towards the chair. I also need a new chair. It is falling apart and I keep breaking off new pieces of it. I'd rather not break another chair on stream. That was embarrassing the first time. I don't want to do it again. Alright, how's the size on this? Is this long enough? I might have to go up a little bit more. Because that's not the right size, so I gotta go up. I think I've got to go to, like, here. I'm also gonna wrap more wool around this, too. My current one I think I bought in 2020, so I mean, that's not bad. It was 5 years, so I've taken very good care of it, but it's just a crummy $100 racing chair. Or gamer chair. All my leather is peeling too. Every little bit of it. And, all the little pieces on the legs have fallen off. And, one of the wheels is falling apart. And then the entire back is all scratched up from the cat. And, some of the leather on the seat is peeling, and all of the cushion on the seat is gone. So, whoops. And, one of the arms isn't working anymore, and unfortunately the way that these ones are built is they have the back attached to the bottom through the arm. So once those arms fail, you pretty much lose the entire back of your chair. Aftermarket wheels? Oh, that'd be nice. I should see if maybe there's a replacement wheel for this one. Oh, and there's been a couple of times where we've cracked pieces of this off because I hit the wall. To be fair, I was not expecting to be sitting in this chair all the time, and then my other one also fell apart too. The entire back of it just came off. So this is already my second one, I think, that have the same socket. Oh, well, these ones, I don't even have to yank them out. I can literally just poke through on the top, and it'll just pop out. You don't even have to yank it anymore. Thankfully, I have a very low pile carpet, but... so I don't have to deal with that. Alright, how are we doing leg? I know it looks a little lumpy. Don't worry, we're gonna cover it. They're good on carpet. I'll have to maybe look into a couple of them. But at that point, I might as well just get a new chair, considering all of this is just falling apart. Somehow, I have wool in my sleeve, so I'm going to very carefully pull all of that out and put it over here. I don't know how I did that. Alright, keep poking and stabbing. Put him on a new chair. That might be smart. Alright. We're looking pretty cigar-shaped again. I'm definitely gonna have to add more up here. Trying to just stab through it. Because the more that I actually get it through the entirety of the needle, the more of the barbs it actually hits. But obviously, if I'm going through here, I'm not going to stab all the way down, so I don't get as far down as I probably should. But at the same time, it also protects my, my desk underneath, too. Okay. Oh, let me sit back, chat. Chat, it's been like 5 hours. Ugh. Ugh. There we go, that feels better. Ow. What also doesn't help is this this chair has literally no lumbar support. It's just straight. So I've tried putting pillows there, but it doesn't really work out very well. I've attempted everything with this poor chair. Chat, drink some water, stretch, unshrimp. Stop shrimping. Oh my god, that's such good cold water. Chat, getting a nice water bottle was the best thing I ever did for myself. Would recommend. You're now squidding. No, don't. Take care of your back, damn it. Also, it's starting to get warm. I think now because the sun's actually out. Earlier, it was so dark and dreary and gray, and I loved it, and I took a nap yesterday after stream. That's also partially why I got nothing done. Let me take off the blanket. Goodbye, blanket. There we go. Alright, let's see. Oh, now my cord is wrapped around my leg. Nap was nice, but my problem is then I don't get anything done. Because I just nap and then it takes me like 2 hours after to kind of recover from the nap. I'm really bad with naps. Alright. Roll up the sleeves. Is basically going to sleep. Honestly, yeah, because I go out for like 3 or 4 hours. And then it takes me a couple of hours to recover, so then I look and I'm like, oh my god, it's been like 5 hours. Should probably go and be productive, but then I don't. Okay, let me pull some of this. Alright, more wool. Oh, I didn't even manage to get laundry done, so I have to do all my cleaning this week, because I have people coming over this weekend. So stream times might be a little weird. So if I have to move anything, we'll move it. Things may just get a little delayed, but that's okay. It might just be Saturdays, but I'm not sure. Alright, so we're gonna very carefully keep stabbing this all the way down. And keep slowly rolling this up. Because now we have all of this down here to kind of incorporate. So now our core is going to be a little bit more rock solid. So all of this should incorporate a lot better. Okay. Now that's attached. We'll do the same thing here. Is this starting to... Why is this starting to fall off? No, get back on there. It's just the bottom bit. It's not the middle bit. The middle bit, I think, is jammed. I may have to see if the lovely critter would be kind enough to, see if he can get it apart for me. Whoop. Just keep rolling. Okay, now all of this is attached. There we go. So now we gotta do the same thing where we're gonna try and push all of this inwards. We're gonna make these legs a little shorter. As you can see, I'm doing this very gently. Because last time we stabbed ourselves. Let's not do that again. Okay. And then we're just going to do much of the same where we're just going to rotate this and we're just going to stab this down. But now that entire inner core is already pretty much done. It's like leaving your pasta al dente. Where now it's actually going to adhere. And I don't have to stab all the way through. Now we just have to stab through the top. So all of those barbs are going to be working very, very quickly. And so I can get a lot more stabs done. Okay, stab that one down, and that one. Okay. Trying to shorten this a little bit, too. Because as we keep adding more wool, it's going to make it naturally longer and longer. There we go. See? So now it's getting shorter and shorter as we keep going. You can kind of see it a little bit better. Because I'm leaving this other bit a little puffier. Also, my mat keeps moving. I'm kind of pissed. I think if I was to do this all the time, as like a stream thing, I probably would have little holders for the mat or something. Or something else to keep it from sliding underneath it. Because this entire desk is so shiny and slippery that everything just moves. The keyboard moves. Literally takes 10 minutes. Oh, well, look at me. For me, laundry is a little bit longer because I also have to pull everything that can't be dried as well. And then I also can't get the laundry up and down the stairs very well because I'm so short. So it's a little difficult for me to kind of carry the laundry basket down. So a lot of the times I just have to drag the laundry basket down and then dump it down the stairs. And then pick it all up. I can't carry things and go up and down stairs. It's too big for me. It gets in the way of my knees and my legs. You gotta remember, I'm only 5 foot. I'm very short. We were just talking about this earlier in Ren's chat. Ren is actually taller than me. Holy short, listen. I'm taller than my mom, which is a feat. You shouldn't have problems with stairs? Well, no, because the next stair will usually come either halfway up my leg or sometimes it'll actually hit my knee. So I gotta pick my entire leg up. And especially if I'm carrying something, that means there's nowhere for me to actually lift my knee. $5 feet, not 5 foot. I don't have 5 feet. I'm 5 feet tall. I don't have 5 feet. It did go over my head because I'm too short. I've already heard that one too. Don't worry. It only had to go 5'2" in order for it to go over my head. Don't worry. It's not a very high bar. All right, working our way down very slowly. This is looking more like a poodle foot, doesn't it? Like this is the poodle, and then this is the little tiny foot. What was even better was in high school, I had a boyfriend, I think that was like 7'2". So he was always towering in every picture that we took together. I know how to pick them, I guess. All right, we're looking pretty good. Thankfully, this is actually starting to get like pretty core-like. That I don't think we're gonna have to go back down, but we do have to go up the entirety of the leg. But we're just very carefully rotating. The more we go, the better and easier it's gonna get. And then after this, it's pretty much just adding the colors. Oh man, I'm gonna get to take a picture for you guys and put it in the Discord. I may end up taking a picture and showing it to you guys on here too, because I know the lighting's kind of crummy. Alright, let's see if I can shove this down a little bit, because for some reason it's still a little... There we go. There's an assist device. There probably is. I know that I could probably get a much shorter laundry basket, but then I have to have my arms out further, and because of my brain, sometimes I just run straight into walls, and so what I'll do is I'll commonly, like, scratch the entire side of my arm or my hands, especially going through doorways and stuff. A winch would actually be nice. But that's why I don't typically carry the laundry up the stairs. I have to get somebody else to do it for me. Because it's like carrying something else that's literally as tall as me sometimes. Or if it's like 3 feet, you gotta remember, that comes up to like my chest. Like, I could barely see over it, especially if I'm, like, holding it up, then that means that I could just see, like, from my eyes over, and that's it. And I just gotta hope and pray that I don't fall down the stairs. Or trip up the stairs. I'm gonna look into this now. I'm sure it's probably, what people will do is, probably, like, the stair devices that you can build into, stairs. You know, like the little seats for, people in wheelchairs. Because I know one of my best friends, her sister's in a wheelchair, so she would do that. They are expensive as fuck, but I'm sure you could probably do something with that, too. That's probably the best bet that people will say. Because growing up, her sister was in a wheelchair, so she used to just climb up and down the stairs. And after a while, they finally petitioned to the insurance company to get her one of the stair things, because it was actually messing up her knees. But then everybody in the family was just using it whenever they were lazy and didn't want to walk up and down stairs. Or they wanted to send something up and down. So it was actually a little funny sometimes. But it was also annoying because then you'd have to step over the seat, too. A little dumbwaiter. See, I kind of wanted to do, I know it's old-fashioned, but one of the laundry chutes. But I'm also afraid of the cat jumping into it and falling down 2 stories, so I'm not really a fan of that. Yeah, if this house wasn't, you know, 90 years old, And it actually made more sense. It would make sense to kind of change the footprint of it in order to incorporate that, but I don't trust the cat. I could see the cat breaking into that, because he does that frequently. He'll break into bathroom sinks. He'll, every cupboard in the kitchen he likes to open and go into. But he's always done that. We had to actually jerry-rig a piece of fabric to knot underneath the sink in the last apartment. Because he likes to hook his hand underneath with his claws and then pull it to open it. And unfortunately, the back of the sink in the last kitchen at the apartment was actually open. And it dropped down, which was how we figured out the mice were getting in. So, we were very worried about him getting trapped back there and potentially falling in. You could slope. So it just shoots him across the room at the bottom. Oh, God. Flying cat. Oh my god, and then he'll enjoy that and he'll keep going in there? No, I'm good. My cat's a dumbass. He's a smart dumbass, so he would absolutely go straight through that. Alright, once again, this is moving. There we go, that's better. See, chat? Slowly. What are those tube slides? Oh my god, we just put a slip and slide at the bottom for him. Little cat one. Alright, we just gotta go up to here, chat. And then we gotta figure out what we're doing with the size of the legs. If we're trimming it, or if we're leaving it. Also, something's rattling. Oh, it's the pink box. Hold on. See if he can get a strike. I don't want him to get a strike. Hold on. The pink box I showed off earlier, it was rattling forward and threatening to fall off. It would have scared the bejesus out of me. I want to get museum wax and put stabilization on the bottom of everything that's on my desk, because my desk is not... It rattles. It rattles a lot. Alright, that box is no longer threatening to fall off, thank God. Streaking across the room. He's done that before. He got trapped in a bag because he wanted to look what was in there, and he stuck his head through the holder, the hand holder part of it, and it got wrapped around his neck, and so it freaked him out. So he jumped straight up into a little nightstand that was next to it. Like, just a little one. So he jumped straight up with it in and ran straight across. And he went from the living room into the hallway, into the kitchen, and then into the bedroom before he finally got the bag off and he ripped it off. So he flew. It was the funniest thing. I lost my shit. It was so fucking funny. He went like a good 20 feet wearing this thing like a fucking cape. I felt bad for him because I was like, oh my god, how's your head? Are you alright? Like a little coffee table, but one of the little side ones, so it's essentially like a nightstand. One of those ones. Like one of the little, little tabletop and 4-leg type of thing, so... He just went in there, got too curious, and he just freaked the hell out of himself. He also broke one of my candles doing that. He went in to go and sniff it, and, it was a little paper bag, and, he broke the handle on it, because I had left it on a table, and then he dropped it on the floor, and it, shattered my, It shattered the candle that I had in there. A setter? Like a Gordon setter and an Irish setter. I had a little doggy. His name was Homer. He was a half Irish setter and a half Gordon setter. So he had the little eyebrows above his eyes. But because he was an Irish setter, he had the really long ears. He was really floppy and really sweet. He unfortunately was, I think, only like 2 when we lost him. He's a very little guy. He's very cute, though. And then we run into the clothesline. My, oh, an Irish setter? Okay. My godmother breeds and raises and shows Great Danes. And, one of hers, because she has, like, an acre of land for all of them. She lives over in Florida, I think near Lady Lake, something like that. Winter Garden, Lady Lake area. The cat's back. Hi, cat. Hold on. Nope. Nope. Sorry, this is probably what's making your cat. This is what's making the cat go and destroy knitting projects. I'm so sorry. It's all me. I kept doing that to all the dogs that I would set off while we were doing Plastic Duck every time I'd squeak tempered. I'm awful. But, no, she had a Great Dane. I think he's passed away now, but a couple of years ago, I think I want to say in like 2005, she had an old laundry pole in the yard. And, obviously she didn't put the laundry outside anymore. So it was just a rusty old pole that was back there. And, one of the Great Danes with his, it got stuck. Oh, and that's how she ran off. Okay, that makes sense. But the Great Dane was running through the yard. And so he's running. Picture this big, giant Scooby-Doo-like Great Dane. He's running this way. Pole is here. He's looking back, looking at the other Great Dane, which is following him, and he ran straight into the pole. And he spooked the hell out of himself. So then every time that he would go walking around, he thought it hit him. So he would have, like, this big barrier all the way around where he refused to go near it. So it was always just, like, this triangulation of, like, okay, where's Mars going? You know he's not going over here. So you would just watch him just veer every which way. It was the funniest thing. He was such a good dog. He was such a dumb idiot. Yeah, he would go nowhere near it. He thought it hit him. But no, he was just a dumbass that ran straight into it. And I think she said the vet said he, like, really fucked up his jaw. And now the fingers are prey. I'm so sorry. I do that to the cat all the time. All right, we're not doing too bad. How much farther do we got? All right, we're about halfway. I only need to double this, chat. He was a very, very good dog. He was just an idiot. Great Danes are the best because they're so stupid, but they're so entirely lovable. And, they're very smart when they want to be. Especially going up, and they know how to turn on the faucet in a kitchen so they could drink water out of it because they're so tall. But, have them run into a pole, and no, that pole is enemy number 1. Don't go near it. Oh, yeah, my dogs hated the Halloween decorations, because my mom always had, like, the little Grim Reaper sitting in the rocking chair and stuff. They had to be barked at. Oh. No, Daisy, my little, Jack Russell Basenji Terrier that I had growing up, she hated the little rocking chair one because it would just randomly turn on and it would start laughing, and so it spooked the hell out of her, so she'd never sleep next to it. To be fair, I also hated half of my mom's Halloween decorations. The little Grim Reaper playing the organ. I don't know why. It just always spooked me out. Like, even as an adult, I will not go near that thing. I can't remember. I think I had a dream or something about it playing the organ. Just really wigged me out. Something about it, chat. So, all of my Halloween decorations are all stagnant. None of them move. I refuse. They're not allowed to. But see, then my mom had like a really pretty witch that that used to go back and forth. That one was fine. It's just, I don't like skulls, I guess. She was fine with the Xmas ones. Listen, it's just Halloween. Halloween is scary, alright? Halloween is very, very scary. Why are you rattling again? Is it something else that's rattling? What's rattling? Nothing's falling. Let me see if I could see what it is. I think it's still that pink box, but it's pushed all the way back, so I don't know why it's rattling. Alright, I'm just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. We're almost done, You're fine. Also, why is this not wispy? I might have to pull some of this apart a little bit. Well, that wasn't very helpful. This is looking more and more like spiderweb. Which is apparently not very good for the birds. Chat, don't put out the fake spiderwebs. Do the macrame spiderweb instead. Because then they can hang out on that and look spookier. So let me do that so it's a little brighter because we're starting to lose light. It's so bad now because now it's 6 o'clock. It looks like it's 9 o'clock at night. It just makes me really tired. Although we should be gaining an hour of sleep soon. Fortunately, that's not till, what is that, November 3rd? So chat, it's not going to affect any of this month, but it'll affect us next month. It is November 3rd. Yay! I get an extra hour of sleep. I'm gonna waste it. I'm gonna sleep in instead of waking up early like I should. Although, this morning I woke up at 7:30 like I'm supposed to instead of sleeping in until 9. Oh, now the cat's gonna be mad. Oh, because we're all gonna wake up earlier. Oh no, the cat's on a system. He's gonna be so mad. He's gonna be a very mad cat. He always hates this time of year. And it takes him like months to get used to it, and then we change it again, and then he's like, what? Nothing more vicious. Oh my god. It's the first one in November. Great. Alright, is that long enough? Oh, I think that's long enough. Hold on. Let's go through. I hit a button. Let's go through and make sure all of this is pretty much even all the way through. But I think we got the last leg. Okay. That's pretty firm. Ask if it's long enough. No, I'm trying to measure it. Hold on. It was a rhetorical question towards myself. Oh, well, it's oh my god, it's standing! Ignore all the fur, but it is standing. I already stabbed myself, what was it, 2 times today? Chat, it's standing. So if I could shave this off, it should work. Alright, let me see about splaying this out so we could kind of very gently and very carefully work this down. Come on, attach. Need to gamify it. We did have a counter last time. What is it? It was 4 last time, 2 this time. So what are we up to? 6? Okay, I just gotta make this a little thinner now. Because the other side doesn't have too much of a shoulder, so I gotta kind of match that. So we're gonna really stab this down. Okay. A little bit more into the torso. And a little bit over here. Okay. Alright, alright. It's looking alright. When you're getting beating wire under a nail. Yep. Nope, I always get all kinds of crap under my nails, especially when I'm sewing. Get the needle in there, get a pin in there. Should burn the plushie at the end. Yeah, all of this work. Yep. Just want to be free of the donkey. Who knows? Maybe Proton wants this one. And then I could be free of it. Alright, we're gonna wrap this around because now we got all this extra. If you want this at the end. Because I don't want this creature. Since you are a big donkey supporter. Okay. You should have all of them. I don't want all of them. Fortunately, this most recent plushie, it seems like, is going to be stuck over at Pyrrha's house as opposed to mine. So I'm very excited about that. I do not want more donkey stuff. And you gave away the other one. I did, because this whole thing was Sam's idea. So I was like, here, Sam, now it's yours. I don't need donkey stuff. I do not. Yeah, Luna, you want it? I'll send it over. So see, now we're getting all of these bumps everywhere. You see all these little pinpricks? So that means that we're actually starting to get this, like, super duper cord. So we're not actually going to be able to stab it too much anymore. So this is, like, the perfect amount. This is why I wasn't, like, finishing it completely, because as we kept stabbing stuff, I knew it was going to get thicker and thicker. And it's getting to be real hard. But, yeah, this is how you know it's done, is if it looks like that. Let me do the back of the neck really quick. Okay. And it looks like there's some bumps over here. Obviously, we don't want that. Which is good, because my hand is starting to get real tired. Oh, it was this one. I was like, for a second, I couldn't tell which arm it was that we had just attached. Looks like there's still some over here that needs to get thrown in. Here, let's do that. Because that's a little too long. Chat, Nightbot's right. If you guys have not in a while, go and take a look at our stuff for Gamers Outreach. For just a reminder, Gamers Outreach is a really nice charity organization that we've worked with now for 3 years now. And I really appreciate them a lot. It's a very good cause. Trying to get games in the hands of children that are doing extended stays in hospitals for procedures or treatments and things like that. So it's a really nice time. I really appreciate them inviting me back. And chat, this means that then we get to spend every day this entire month. Every day this entire month to hanging out, which is why I get to do weird shit like this, like needle felting the donkey. Okay, alright, looking good. Chat? What do we think? Am I gonna dye it? No. So what I have is I have more wool, but in different colors that I'm gonna put on top of it. So we're not gonna dye it. I'm just gonna literally add color to it, so it's gonna look a little streaky. But this also saves on different colors and stuff. Because I only just have a little bit of all of these different colors, so I didn't want to waste it. And instead I could just do these cores and stuff. Because it's just crummy wool. Alright, some of this is not fully fitted on, so let's kind of stab it a little bit more. See, and now we kind of got the little bit of the back of the neck going here. So we got kind of a line going straight down. Feels like this is still thin. I have no idea what you're saying either. So how I think these legs are just only slightly too long. Because technically, if we're looking at the model, the size of the neck is the size of the leg. Because it goes from here to here, and from here to here. So no, I think this is actually correct. Okay, it might need to take off a little bit. Okay. I'm trying to think of how to do this. I wonder if I should just cut it. I'm gonna have to add black at the bottom anyway. Hold on, chat. All right, let's see if we can get it through. Let's see how this goes. This is gonna be a time. Let's see. Let's say I trim to like here. Because I'd rather just trim off a little bit. Oh, but now you can really see the core. See what I mean, chat? Is that better? Let me pull you guys out a little bit. Is that better? No? Uh-oh. I can reattach them. Is that better? Is that a little shorter? I did cut the donkey legs, but isn't that better? Is that shorter? Proton, what do you think? Anybody else? Opinions? Besides Bunny? I chopped off his legs, but that's okay. I can reattach them if I need. It's not murder. It's not murder. Oh my god. Chat, what do we think? Better? Shorter? Here, chat, you guys debate amongst yourselves. Chat, it's been about 6 hours. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go and stretch really quick. You guys debate amongst yourselves if you think, this is a little bit too short. Chat, let me know, and, I'll be right back. Chat, all of you guys get up, stretch, refill your waters. I'm gonna go and refill mine. Chat, it's good for you. But I'll be right back. Oh my god, why is my neck broken? Don't break my neck. Hello? Can I stand up? There we go, that's better. on, chat. Okay. I'm not a giraffe. What? Where did that come from? Where did that come from? What? How angry my model is replicating me pretty well right now. The neck is too long? The neck's a little long, but I think it's fine. We had to accommodate for all of the ears too, so I made the neck a little longer. I was hoping it'd get a little shorter, but it really didn't. I'm a giraffe, thanks. Squish the neck. I can't, it's a little too core-like, as you see. It's gonna kind of spring back a little bit. I could kind of push it back a little, let's see. Let's see if that might help. Cut it and reattach it. See, I'm afraid if I reattach it, it's not going to actually do that. And it's just going to go back to how it was. Because now the core, it's going to be a little harder to kind of change the shape, because now it's kind of following this shape. I think we might just have to deal with a long-necked kind of donkey. Yeah, I can't really change it. I'm trying to squish it. Hi, Abra! Hi, Raiders! Welcome in! Hey, we're doing needlefelting! Welcome to our donkey! Chat, if you guys are not already, you guys should go and drop a follow. Did I do it right? Yeah! How was Halls of Torment? How was it? We joined violent poking. It's only slightly violent poking. Hi, everybody. For those of you guys that don't know me, I'm Q. We are currently doing a bunch of needle felting. So what we do is we take a whole bunch of roving wool that you could see here, that you could get from sheeps and things like that, and you poke it a whole bunch of times and you could turn it into different shapes. So we're currently making a donkey. And this is the correct time to be here because I think we're about to start doing all of the colors. So this is all just the core stuff that we're currently doing, but we just take this specialized little poking tool and we just crunch it and that's about it. And listen to some metal while doing it. Oh my god. I hope you had a good stream. Hey, if any of you guys gotta go, I completely understand, but we're gonna be here for a little bit. Also, can I get permission to post a link? It depends on what the link is. Also, welcome back, Relic. Depends on what the link is. What is it for? Is it video? Probably not. I'm already here! Now you're just here twice. I'm sorry you have to hear me twice. But, like, what's the video? Can you post it in the Discord instead? I can't really watch it here. I don't like my dank memes. If it's just a meme, then no. Yeah, Acrylic twice, exactly. But hi, welcome in. If you guys didn't see, we're also fundraising for the Spooktacular Streamathon. It's a really great event being run by a really great charity organization by Gamers Outreach. And they are working to try and get more video games in the hands of kids that are in hospitals doing extended treatments and procedures and things like that. So while they're in their rooms, that they can have what they call little go-karts that's shared amongst the hospital, and they can just wheel it from room to room, and they get to play a whole bunch of stuff. So it's a really great organization, and it's also worldwide as well. They have go-karts deployed now in Australia, and a whole bunch in America. They have a whole bunch in Canada. They just deployed one to South Africa recently. There's a couple in Taiwan. They have some in Japan, quite a few in Europe, so it's a worldwide thing. I DM'd you? Okay, I'll have to look after because I don't check my DMs now. But yeah, the donkey is pretty much complete, so we have the core bits of him. We just sheared off all of the feet because I made the legs a little too long. So that's what all this is, so now that's just extra. Actually, you could probably use this as wool dryer balls, actually. Needs more ass? I think he's got plenty of ass. I think that's a good amount. Can I be honest? I think that's a pretty good amount. So, we've got his basic skeleture. I think I'm okay with the neck being a little longer. Like, he's kind of, like, reaching out or something like that. But, we've got, like, the basic general shape. We've got the ears. We've got all of that. So, we gotta try and add color to him. Let's see. I'm trying to think how's gonna be a good way to kind of put this on. So, I've got a couple of different grays. I don't have a lot of it, though. I've got 2 different ones. So, I'm trying to think, based off of this one, what's gonna be a good way to kind of do this. I think for the most part, I think I want to try and do the lighter gray over everything and maybe the darker gray on some of these little detail pieces. So I'm going to set that aside for now. So let's pull all this out. This is definitely going to be interesting. So it's like a purplish kind of gray. Oh, it's very purple there, isn't it? I swear it's more gray this way. It's got like a hint of purple. But it's just like this really thin, wispy wool. It looks less purple when you fan it out. So I think we're going to cover most of him in this. I think is what we're going to do. I think how I want to do this is I kind of want to start here and kind of work its way back, maybe? Or should we start at the tail and work the way forward? Yes, absolutely go get something to eat. Chat, for the rest of you guys, too, any of the raiders or anything like that, if you guys need to go, I understand if you guys need to go and do anything. Feel free to, but we'll be doing this for a little bit, so you guys are always welcome to come back. Just a nice chill time. Also trying to kind of fix these so I have something to adhere to. Because you could see the core of the wool now that I've chopped this up. You could see just how thick this is. Just how thick of layers of wool we have going on. And I'm trying to kind of go at this a little bit sideways so I could kind of get this to to really adhere to each other at the bottom. Because normally when you're wrapping it around, it's going to have a little bit more core to it. But I'm afraid that this might start fraying. Okay. All right, looking a little better. So let's try and work our way from the back forward, I think. So let's see if we could cover the entirety of the tail. I think I want to do this in little tiny sections going up. So we're just going to very carefully put the color on. So you're going to see a little bit of the regular wool underneath, which I think is going to give us more of a an undertone for different stuff. So I'm okay with it kind of poking through on different things. Let's see. The donkey have a cutie mark. Oh my god, I'm not adding him a cutie mark. I don't think I have enough wool for that. I probably could. You probably could very easily make little My Little Pony, felted things. Okay. So we got a little bit of gray going on. See, this is what I was talking about. So I want to try and do more thin wisps as we keep going through. Kind of cutie mark would Kong have? Well, this isn't Kong. Riley said this one should be named Clementine. Kong would probably be myself. Honestly. That would make sense. Or, you know, maybe fire? Like a burning building or something like that? See, what's really nice is this was just like a couple of wisps of wool. We really don't need a lot of it to kind of cover. And you don't want it to be too dark. How about that? You know what? Yeah. Just the this is fine Charmander. Let's see. Also, chat, I gotta go put in my dinner here in a little bit. Don't let me forget. I gotta put it in, like, I don't know, 10 minutes? Chat, somebody remind me in 10 minutes. I gotta go put it in. It's just a frozen lasagna. I'm not actually cooking today. I need to do some art after this. Okay. Little bit more gray. So, if we look at the bottom here, okay, so it goes up to about the anus area, so I do have to cover the entirety of the tail. But I do not have to do any of the belly. That past the hour, thank you. It's okay, because I'm not going to remember either. Alright, we got some color going on. Chat, what do we think? he's looking pretty gray. He's a little patchy, but I can add more. I also do want to make sure that, like, the majority of this is actually covered before I go in and fill a lot of this. So it's definitely going to look a little patchy in a lot of spaces, but don't worry about it, chat. If I have to, I'll order more wool and go over it. But what I've got in hand right now is what I've got, so it's not a lot. And currently we've only got part of one side. But the colored wool and stuff is more expensive, which is why I have a whole bunch of, like, the cheap core wool. Plus, I didn't want to make, like, a really tiny donkey, because that would have been a little annoying. Oh, Twerk is currently playing Gone Fishing. Does the meat and Mousy will be, too? Let's see, and then this has to wrap up to here, to the other side. Alright, stabbing a little bit more. Normal stuff, chat. If I wanted to, I could even take some of this core wool and kind of dye it. Probably dye it a couple of different colors, but I don't think I have enough RIT dye. And I'm also afraid that if I put it into water to actually physically dye it, that it's just gonna kind of felt around itself. Okay. And then pull this up to go up the tail. I'm kind of just placing the colors at this point. I'll go to actually, like, properly felt it down a little bit later. As you can tell, like, we kind of lost some of the definition on the tail. Let's see. Can I wrap this around a little bit? Okay. Chat, we're starting to get some color. Okay. All right. Not bad. Let's see if we can kind of get a little bit over here. Over here on this side. See, so we're just kind of putting this down as like a sheet almost. And then we're just kind of gently attaching it. What's really nice is this entire belly area is just going to be completely white, so I may just leave it exactly as is. Oh, there's Mousy. Mousy is now also doing Gone Fishing. I'm hoping they'll still be alive so we could go and drop them off. Drop you guys off over there to the both of them. Alright. You got some color. Let's see if I could get some on the face. And on the back of the ear. The back of the ear might have been easier to do earlier, but I didn't think that through. Now the inner bit I'm gonna leave white though, so I just have to wrap this around the back of it. Thankfully. So the majority of this can actually go on the head. Also, we're starting to lose some light. There we go. And kind of wrap this a little bit this way. Because we want more of the color on the actual head. Okay. Lasagna reminder. Shit. Hold on. Chad, look at the donkey. I just gotta go throw it in on a sheet tray. Hold on. Why does he look like Elvis? What? What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? Alright, chat, I will have dinner in 1 hour and 50 minutes. What the hell does that mean? Oh, because I'm still placing all of the gray on it. Make him sing? I'm not gonna make him sing. I think I might run out of wool. Although I guess I could do some of the darker colors, shouldn't I? On the inside. Let's see if I can match the cheek on this side. But we could always do multiple colors and stuff. But I've got to try and get up the ear a little bit. In between the ear. I do have some glass eyes that I'm gonna put on there. So I've got at least that, but I'm not gonna probably do it that out of wool. Trying to at least do everything that I did on the one side onto the other. Because then if I have to go and do darker colors inside, then I could do that. In like certain spots or anything like that. Because I'm running out of wool, unfortunately. See about putting some more over here, all the way up the neck. Come on. I just need like coverage, really. Alright, let me see if I could get some underneath over here. Also, part of the way through the muzzle, we end up starting to add a little bit of, like, black and gray anyway. So I don't want to add a whole bunch of this and then end up covering it with a different color anyway. Okay, because we gotta go to at least about here. Let's see. See, and then there's a whole bunch extra over here, so let me see if I could kind of use that to cover some of this here. We're gonna lose a little bit of the eye, but I can always reshape that if needed. Okay, kind of restructuring this a little bit, because we can also do this too, where we kind of scrape it. And we could kind of replace it in some of these spots. That's the beauty of just kind of placing it, but not actually, like, felting it down, really. Alright. He's a little scraggly, because, see, we have all of this over here, so I think if I scrape some of this up, it'll kind of tear it, but then I could kind of use it up here. How far up? We need a little bit over here on the other side to kind of match. Let go! Damn it. And I can also have this go over here. Kind of fill this spot in. Okay. Alright, making progress. Some of this came off, so let's try and pop this back on without stabbing me. Looks amazing. I'm glad. It's definitely looking interesting. He's a little patchy, but we can fill that in if I have extra wool. It's also gonna darken the more that I actually put it in here too, because we're gonna have all these nice little, like, punch holes too. Let's do a little bit here on the cheek. There's like a little section right here. And then I can actually punch this up here in front of the ear. Kind of darken that up a little bit. Okay. Alright, let's attach all this to the back of the ear. Make sure that there's enough for over here. I'm kind of ignoring the inner legs, because, I mean, if I don't finish that, that's okay, I think. Or if I have to cover that with a different color. Alright. A little bit more in front of the ears here. Right here is patchy. Okay. Alright, he's looking more donkey-like. So I've got like this much left. Let's see if I can get the fronts of these legs down. Come on. Just kind of cover. Where does the belly start? It starts pretty low down, so I think I could probably get away with maybe to here? Right about here. I'm going to go through. I have actually got regular white, so I'm going to go over any of this that's kind of covered up with other colors or anything like that. But I'm going to do that at the very end. Because it has a tendency to pick up other colors and stuff. Okay. He's an anemic donkey. He's losing his hair, chat. That's what it is. Okay, a little bit over here on the cheek. Because that's also pretty patchy. See if I can pull some of this over here. Cover this. Alright. What's also really nice is I don't have to do anything here. And you're actually going to kind of see it from the other side, too. How far... Okay, so it is not the legs at all, so I definitely got to try and cover the legs as much as possible. But like I said, I've got a little bit of a darker gray that I might mix into some of these spots. But that's definitely going to be like the hair and stuff. Alright. Let's see about actually attaching all of this so we can kind of take stock of where everything is. So we're just felting this down very, very slowly. trying to stab this all down because it has a tendency to try and move. And obviously we really don't want that. We're also kind of losing some of the definition as well. It's going to be easiest to do on the head, so let's do that first, because then that also means that I can fill in any of this. Alright, a little bit here. A little bit here. Alright, he's looking a little bit less anemic as we keep going. I've just got to very carefully do the backs of the ears. So let me see if I could kind of push him forward a little bit. I know this is not a very great angle, but I'm kind of putting the ear down to the mat. And kind of just felting the back of it. As you can see, it's not sticking to the mat, thankfully. Because we need the front to still be white, so that's okay. See, kind of like that, so it's two-toned. And then we'll do the same thing over here. I gotta pull all this color from here, though. Alright, back of the ear, let's go. I can actually probably trim some of this off, too. And then we can add that back into our pile to put to other spots. Alright, here's the little bit of definition on the cheek again, because we did kind of lose that. Trying to get that eye as well. Okay. Now we kind of know how much we've got for the ears back here. Slowly felting this down. Alright. Now, all of that stuff that I trimmed, I can actually shove in between here. Because if you notice, there's a little bit of some gap and stuff here. So I could actually reuse that and put it all here. And that's going to give us back some definition, too. And we've got a little bit here on the actual... Ow! Alright, well there's number, what is that, 7? Up here on the actual, like, forehead bit, that's not really covered. So if I spin this correctly, I should be able to put most of this here. Okay. Yeah. Alright, back to smoothing this down. Another good way to do this would be to take a little bit of water and kind of smooth it down onto it. But I kind of like the wispy look, and I don't want to lose that. So all these little wisps that we have sticking off, we would kind of lose that by wet felting it down. Which is how you get the sheets of the felt. I want this to look a little bit more lifelike, almost. And have it look furry, almost. Why does the song sound so spooky? It's called Roaming. Alright. Bring back our little bit of an eye cavity here. We got the one here. There we go. See? He's a little patchy, but it is working. Not to be confused with our friend Patch Shifter, but he's patchy. There we go. Alright, that's mainly down, at least around the face and stuff. He's looking pretty good! If I do say so myself. Alright, let's try and get the neck. Put down as much as possible. This side's a little too patchy for my liking. So we'll just cover him up a little bit more. This sounds like a spooky, scary Halloween song, but for like all the time, it's kind of weird. Okay. The neck is about done. There's like a little spot on the cheek right here. Tonight's gonna be interesting. Why is that? The other roommate's been gone for almost 2 months. Are they coming back tonight? Oh. There we go. And cleaned his room! Oh, no. Oh, no. Well... that's gonna be awkward. Okay. Let's put a little bit more on here on this side, because this side's a little too patchy. Alright, that's looking better. Oh, I am definitely gonna run out of this gray. So maybe we'll have to switch to the other one. There was a path to the bed. Oh, no. I had a couple of roommates like that. My problem is I'm too much of a neat freak, and it would freak the hell out of me. Especially if it was like a shared space. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to switch to the other color. But there, we're getting some coverage. They threw out a lot of oh, see, I'd be pissed about that. Like, it's different if it's, like, the garbage and stuff, but, like, put it into boxes. So, yeah, I think that's gonna be a very angry conversation. It was ruined by his cat. Oh, that too. Alright, looks like there's a patch here. Chat, what do we think? More donkey-like? That is definitely very donkey-like. Now, all of this is going to get covered in black. This is all going to stay this color. Yeah, that's not between you. Alright, how's it going? Let's see if I could kind of adhere this a little bit better from the white side now. Because some of it's kind of sticking up a little bit. Try and get a little bit of this nose back. Okay. Chat, I might actually have to finish this next week. I was hoping not to, but I think we might have to. I still gotta put all the black on. I gotta put the rest of this on. I gotta put the white on. Maybe next Monday will be a nice little short stream. What do we think, chat? Because I've still got to attach all of this, and then we got to put all of the dark gray on it. Or was this the dark gray? I think this is the dark gray. See, that's a little too dark. It's going to be hard kind of putting that on there. If I could color match this wool, I would order more, but I don't even know where I even got this because this was so many years ago. Oh wait, there's this gray. This gray might work a little bit better if I kind of add this in. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Chat, what do we think? I think we'll do next week. I think we'll do that. Chat, let's finish this next week then. We'll keep going from here. But hey, you know what? That is a fuck ton of progress, so I will take that. So now his body is entirely done. We've just got to kind of attach the rest of the colors. And I guess we got to put all of this gray on too. So we'll kind of mix this in a couple of spots. So we can make sure that like his legs are covered and stuff. And we'll do it like that. So it'll just be a little two-toned. I promise it'll look fine, chat. But oh man. Ugh. Sorry, I threw up a little bit. What in the world? So chat, I think that's a good sign. I think we'll finish it next week, and that'll be our last of our Maker Mondays. Sound good, chat? Yay, we got progress. We got our little guy going. I'm so excited. So chat, we will leave it here. Chat, if you guys are here left over from any of the raids, please make sure that you guys have dropped a follow. There's no obligation to, but, then you guys get to see, you know, when we're working on stuff. We don't normally do too many art things. We are going to be making a 2-foot dragon, however, pretty soon. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys are interested in that, feel free to stick around for that. But we mainly do a lot of simulation stuff. So, I would appreciate it if you guys do follow. It helps out with Twitch analytics. But, there's no obligation to either. But, chat. Can we get a change now sound? Oh, I don't know how I'd be able to do that. I don't know if I could. I'd have to look into that. I'd have to look into it. But maybe. But, chat. We'll leave him here. I'm just gonna set him aside and put him back on the desk where he's been living. And, we'll come back to him next week. Yay! Chat, we did it! We made progress! Are you guys excited? I'm excited. So, chat, thank you everybody for coming out. If you guys did not already, we got a couple of follows that you guys need to do. Let's go ahead and move this over so I can actually type like a normal human being. Chat, we got raided by a couple of our friends today. So if you guys did not have a chance to earlier, now's a good chance for you guys to drop follows. Here's Valkyrie. We had Acrylic. And we had Abra, so if you guys did not already, now's a good time to go and follow all of them. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all the follows. I appreciate everybody that stopped by. Appreciate everybody that complimented my nails. I'm glad that worked out. I did them this morning at 7:30 this morning, but it worked. So, chat. Let me go ahead and let me drop you guys off. Let me check and make sure. Yes, they are still going. Chat, let me go and drop you guys off by Mousy and Twerk that are currently doing some gone fishing. And, here is... Hi, Hummer. Sorry, we're literally ending. But hi, Hummer. Chat, here's your raid messages. Here's this one. And, there we go. I know, we've already been going for 7 hours, so... Chat, go ahead and copy whichever one you need, and, we'll hop over and go say hi. So, thank you, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow for... What the hell are we doing tomorrow? It's a Tuesday? Chat, what the hell do we do on Tuesdays? Hold on, here's the schedule. What are we doing tomorrow? I can't type. Oh, we're doing, House Flipper 2 with Mousy. It's gonna be a little bit of a later stream. So, I'll see you guys at 12:30 tomorrow EST. And then, Wednesday I'll see you for the emote making stream if I can't catch you then. So, thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate it. And, we'll go say hi to Mousy. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye. Goodbye.